Cool Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host. The y'all mean of revolution. Trump having a panic attack. He's in bad shape, y'all. As U.S. intel reveals Iran's true military power still intact. We got a World War III update, but before we get into that, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. You in the House of Revolution. Like, share, subscribe, support the platform, y'all. Well, it's worse than it was yesterday. Trump having panic attacks, heart attacks, nervous attacks, because Iran is on the attack. Let's get into the content. Salute.
Let's go to the military section now. This one is very interesting, and the response of the Trump administration is really what makes it very critical that we all pay attention. Let's put this up here on the screen. From CBS News, Iran's military is more capable than Trump administration is publicly acknowledging, sources say. The head of the Defense Intelligence Agency submitted a written statement ahead of a House Armed Services Committee hearing that says Iran can still inflict damage. Quote, Iran retains thousands of missiles and one-way attack UAVs that can threaten U.S. and partner forces throughout the region, despite degradations to its capabilities from both attrition and expenditure. So for those of you who don't know, the DIA is kind of it's like a private CIA, but for the Pentagon. So it's a very reductive way of putting it. Basically, they do military assessments on foreign governments for intelligence purposes. All of that gets rolled up to the ODNI. Now, as part of their statutory authority, they must submit written updates to Congress by law. Remember, when the course of the war was happening, we often would get updates about troops and about the damage and about how many weapons have been expended, how many people have been wounded from updates of the Pentagon to Congress. Now, not to us, but Congress would leak it on our behalf. So I take this very, very seriously because, of course, for them, it's also a crime to lie under oath. They have to produce these reports accurately to the best of their ability and submit them to Congress, which is an independent body, which is supposed to be able to review. So that is the official statement of the Defense Intelligence Agency. And that's not even based on, some anonymous source says. This is a written, on-the-record statement from the DIA to Congress. Here's how the White House reacted. Let's put this up here on the screen. The legacy media is doing PR for the Iranian regime again. The truth is, under President Trump's leadership, the U.S. military decimated Iran's capabilities in 38 days. Their defense industrial base was destroyed. Iran's ability to build and stockpile ballistic missiles and long-range drones has been set back by years. The vast majority of Iran's ballistic missiles, launcher vehicles, long-range attack drones were destroyed. The Iranian Navy was annihilated with more than 150 of their ships sunk. And Iran's air forces are functionally and operationally irrelevant now. Now, again, this is, and she again says that the media is doing PR for the regime by directly quoting the Defense Intelligence Agency's assessment. And then you should partner that with some of the more recent updates about munitions. We talked a lot about that during the war. Now it's been over for a week or two, or at least we're in a ceasefire. So we have some numbers, shall we? Let's go through the numbers. Let's put it up here. This is from CSIS and CNN. CSIS, again, to set the table, is basically an arm of the Pentagon. They do, quote, independent analysis, but, it's basically like it's a defense industrial base think tank, and they do independent, quasi-independent analysis in the open source in order to basically lobby for more weapons, etc., whatever their agenda is. So I take their stuff actually very seriously. Most people do in Washington. Here's what they say. The approximate estimate of percentage of U.S. munitions that have been expended in the Iran war, 50% of THAAD interceptors, 50% of Patriot interceptors, 45% of precision strike missiles, 30% of Tomahawk missiles, 20% of joint air-to-surface standoff missiles, and 20% of standard missiles. The single most troubling one right there is 50% of THAAD. Remember how much we talked about that, how important that system is for any potential war in Asia. And remember, I'm not just talking about some, preemptive war or whatever. I'm talking about Japan and South Korea, the countries which we stripped some of these THAAD interceptors out of. Remember also that we fired hundreds of them just in the 12-day war, and we only acquired a few dozen or so over the last 2 years. The production timeline is a disaster. Same on the Tomahawk missiles. Is we expended hundreds. We've only produced a few dozen. There's only one facility in the United States that even makes them. There's some problems with rare earth minerals to even manufacture them. Even if we wanted to rapidly, increase production, you basically can't for a significant period of time to make sure that you were to build out more facilities. So this has set us back. This 38-day war set the United States back probably a minimum of 5 years. And that's if we got our act together for some sort of potential future conflict. And that does not even touch the cost. With that alone, back of the napkin math, hundreds of billions in what it was cost. Not even mentioning the opportunity cost of all the actual allies that it would have been used to defend. Or what if we got hit again? 9/11. Now what? That's the whole point, to have munitions like this. It's bad. It's really bad.
And that's why the Iranians feel so confident.
And they should.
Because they can see this report. They can see this reporting that's out there in the public of how much U.S. stockpiles have been diminished and how much that has made not the U.S. so much, but our allies in the region and ultimately Israel, which of course has their stockpiles even of these interceptors even more diminished, have been really dependent on us. But it means that all of those Gulf Arab countries are really sitting ducks. And, they were complaining during the hot war portion about how they were not getting protected the way that Israel was being protected. That dynamic would only shift more towards Iran being able to do damage. And just to go back to that CBS News report about the Iranian capabilities that remain, it's just completely different than what Trump has been selling from the first day of this war. He claimed that we had basically defeated them and victory was ours, et cetera. But they say that about half, and again, this is CBS News, right? This is like Trump regime propaganda outlet, CBS News, that is writing this stuff. They say about half of Iran's stockpiled ballistic missiles and its associated launch systems are still intact. 60% of the naval arm of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps still in existence. That is totally, how many times has Trump said that the Navy is basically completely destroyed, barely exists anymore, et cetera? They say Iranian air power has been significantly degraded, but not erased. About 2/3 of Iran's air force still believed to be operational, the official said, after an intensive U.S. and Israeli campaign that struck thousands of targets, including storage and production facilities. Trump, on the other hand, says, quote, "We've taken out their Navy, we've taken out their Air Force, we've taken out their leaders." So square that with the fact that in reality, 2/3 of Iran's Air Force still believed to be operational and 60% of the naval arm. And here's the thing, because of their position, they don't need that much capacity. It doesn't take a lot to be able to keep the Strait of Hormuz closed, for example. It doesn't take a lot to serve as a deterrence against the U.S. doing any sort of ground invasion, et cetera, which would be sure to be a complete catastrophe. And I think Trump knows this at this point, which is why he's effectively pinned. You could have known from the beginning that just bombing alone was not going to be sufficient. And this is what he continues to threaten of like, oh, we'll go back to bombing this and bombing that, et cetera. If that was going to work, they would have already done the thing that they needed to do to make that work. It's not going to work. Can you inflict more damage and cause more pain and suffering and kill more civilians? Yes, you can do that. Is it going to work? No. You still haven't taken out their Air Force. You still haven't taken out their Navy. You're not going to be able to accomplish this either with a ground invasion or with this blockade. And, the Iranians claim that they used a lot of these decoys that they got from China. And I do think that there was some of that, so that as the U.S. was hitting targets, some of what they thought they were destroying was actually just these Chinese-made decoys. And then you couple that with the fact that, Trump just lies. And also people lie to Trump about how effective things have been. And you end up in a situation where probably the president himself is somewhat delusional about the amount of damage that's been done.
Almost certainly. Exactly. And, let's even just look at what we destroyed versus what they destroyed in terms of how many munitions we expended, how unsafe now the United States actually is to some sort of peer competitive conflict. I had two sources I spoke to and I asked them very clearly, I go, did we hold back anything on Iran? And they said, absent nukes, no, we did not. And obviously ground troops as well. It goes without saying. But I said, did the United States military ever really hold back? And they said, no. In the first 3 weeks of the war, we did everything we could do to collapse that regime and to defeat it militarily. Again, I challenge you to find another person, but outside of ground troops and nuclear weapons, the answer was no. And that was a direct ask that I made here, really, because I was trying to assess the actual power of our military. You should be terrified by that. You really should. And also, I mean, let's take my own report out of that and let's just look at it logically. It was in their interest to go all out because they needed to defeat them very rapidly. And it didn't work. So clearly that's why we are where we are today with some fake JCPOA deal and blockade and all of that. So you should really, people should be panicking about this. Like in the past, when you have a emperor has no clothes moment, it really should lead the Navy Secretary should be fired, but for very different reasons. The Pentagon people should all be fired. The procurement folks, everybody in Congress, people should be walking around with their hair on fire. They go, oh my God, how are we ever going to win a war in the future? No, instead, we're going to have more contracts for the same weapon systems. I mean, you've got, the Gerald Ford, the aircraft carrier, it arrives in 2 days in the Middle East. What's the one that's damaged? I forget which one it is. Apparently that one, it's going to have to be retrofitted, but it's staying in the area potentially to have to support operations. We basically learned nothing from any of this. And in fact, we're actually erasing some of the casualties. Let's go to the next one. Just put it up there on the screen. This is from The Intercept. They're saying that the Pentagon has now erased wounded U.S. troops from the Iran war casualty list, a quote, definition of a cover-up. The government altered its tally of American casualties, inexplicably scrubbing some 15 wounded in action troops from the count, again, in a document that was provided to Congress. And then the last thing here.
Let me say one thing about this, because I think this is indicative of something, another important dynamic in this war is okay, well, why are they scrubbing the casualties? Because they don't want people to really know the true cost in terms of, service member lives and obviously those who have been wounded. And it points to the fact that the American public is not willing to take much pain over this at all. And this was a point that I was listening to Mearsheimer's latest interview with Glenn Deason, and he made a great point, which is, listen, if you accept the official narrative about the airmen who were downed and all of the extraordinary resources that we put in to retrieving this one airman, and we know we have the reporting about how Trump was freaking out and screaming at his aides for hours about this, to the point that he had to be removed from the room so they could actually focus and come up with a plan of what to do. That was for one guy. And you think we have the stomach as a nation? We didn't want this war. The vast majority of the American public is let us get out of this. What are we thinking? This is a disaster. We do not have the stomach to take anything approaching the type of pain and loss and suffering that it will take to create a different ending to this thing other than the ending we're at now, which is that we lost. That is the ending we're at now. And everything between where we are now and when this thing actually wraps up, however it, gets tied up in a bow or left with loose ends, it's all about, when does Trump have to actually acknowledge the reality and put forward a deal that reflects the fact that we lost this war? That is the truth of the matter. And it is possible that he, can't bring himself to that place and we leave it sort of open-ended and then the Israelis pull us back in. That is certainly a possibility. Because, for them, it is unacceptable. They see it as existential to allow things to remain the way that they are. And so long as Iran keeps control of the Strait of Hormuz, there are other places in the world that will be hurt more, but the entire global economy, us included, are really going to suffer over that.
Here's some breaking news, literally about what you're talking about. A quote from Donald Trump: "I have ordered the United States Navy to shoot and kill any boat, small boats though they may be. Their naval ships are all 159 at the bottom of the sea, that is putting mines in the waters of the Straits of Hormuz. There is to be no hesitation. Additionally, our mine sweepers are clearing the strait right now. I am hereby ordering that activity to continue at a tripled up level. Thank you for your attention to this matter, Donald Trump." So look, the reason why that's so significant, and I almost certain this is a reaction to this story, which I was about to throw to, B5, let's put it up there on the screen, and let's make sure that we look at these both in context, is from the Washington Post, Dan Lamothe. An internal Pentagon assessment to Congress reports that clearing the Straits of Hormuz mines could take up to 6 months. Now remember,
you don't need superpowers to keep your family safe from scams. All you need is malware by.
Originally, the Pentagon was telling people that they didn't even mine the Straits of Hormuz. And then Trump was like, no, they didn't mine it. And if they did, there were maybe 8, maybe 13 mines. Now they are going and telling Congress it would take 6 months to fully clear the Straits of Hormuz of mine. And I mean, okay, let's do some basic like math here. No resumption of the Straits of Hormuz traffic for 6 months. That's oil to 250, 300. I mean, let's go further. It could be, it may be that the price is fake because it doesn't even really matter in terms of the amount of oil that's even getting out. That is a full-fledged disaster. And already, as we showed you all on Tuesday, this is already the worst energy crisis in global history. 6 months of closure or even abnormal traffic through the Straits of Hormuz is, I mean, energy catastrophe. Yes, we will all drive, but gas will be $6 a gallon. Like, it will just be, I'm just trying to think through the ramifications of all this in my head. It's insanity. I mean, Asia, Japan, blackouts, like rationing. Australia, New Zealand, $12, $15 a liter or something crazy like that. Africa, starvation and or blackouts. Bangladesh, Pakistan, all those places. Nope, they will have nothing. The actual stockpiles, there's like a few more weeks, maybe a few more months left, depending on where you look at things. But eventually, the price is going to catch up to reality. 6 months of closure. I think, and this is the danger of what Trump just said, is a resumption of firing on Iranian boats would almost certainly lead to what? Like, because right now we haven't fired anything. There hasn't been a resumption of actual firing in the Straits of Hormuz. Firing leads to horizontal explanation, more attacks. Remember, Iran fired on a few of those ships that were transiting through the Strait. Maybe they'll fire at even more. So that just means more destruction, less oil that's moving through, and more global catastrophe. So if I put those two things together, and why is he doing? He's panicking. And then even then, Minesweeper moving through the Strait, I mean, they didn't get shot at. By the way, even in terms of our minesweepers, I think we only had 3 and they were all decommissioned like a month before the war, something like that. So I'm told that there's some other technology that we could use, but the drone threat and all that makes it very difficult. This is really scary.
No, bottom line is this is an announcement of escalation. That's what this is. And what we've seen from this war, up to this point, is that the Iranians escalate in kind. They're able to do it and they're willing to do it. And right now, with the fact that they feel they were burned by both probably the Pakistanis and the Americans with this attempt to dial things back at the end of last week, where Rachi comes out and says, okay, the Strait is open because of the ceasefire that was put in place in Lebanon. And then Trump has to go out and humiliate them and say, well, we're keeping our blockade on, which is apparently, according to Jeremy's reporting, that is apparently violation of what the expectation was from the Iranian side. And so they feel burned not only by us, but also there have some serious questions about the Pakistani mediators and whether they're operating in good faith and in an honest manner. And now you have this announcement of further escalation from the American side. The Iranians are not likely to just sit back and take that.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more.
of ballistic missiles and associated launch systems remained completely ended. Iran's military capabilities far exceeded Trump's administration's admissions. U.S. intelligence sources revealed to CBS News that Iran's military capabilities far exceeded Trump administration's admissions. 3 officials told the network that about half of Iran's stockpile of ballistic missiles and associated launch systems remained completely intact until the ceasefire took effect in early April. Again, that's their info, by the way, which isn't accurate. The info that they're getting isn't accurate, not when it comes to the missile, neither when it comes to the drones. On the naval front, officials confirmed that approximately 60% of the IRGC's naval capabilities remain intact. What? Are they contradicting Pete Hegseth? Pete Hegseth said that they were obliterated, that their navy is no longer. Oh, sorry, fake news. You know, we live in an age where the American president and his Secretary of War, they go and say that CNN is fake news. And you know, the mainstream media that is supposed to be their arm at the end of the day just shows you how much Donald Trump cannot tolerate anything that criticizes him. He says anything that goes against his narrative. He wants people to completely submit to his narrative. This is called dictatorship. This is an authoritarian approach, being the president of the United States of America and expecting absolute obedience from the media. And I mean, with this situation, even people are talking about the death of the media. They're trying to target every single independent media outlet. They're trying to target independent journalism. But he's so paranoid that he can't tolerate CNN, or everything is fake news to him. Officials who were asked not to be identified said that despite the intense US-Israeli war targeting thousands of Iranian sites, including storage and production facilities, Iran's air power has not disappeared. Again, listen to their terminology, has not disappeared. We saw an improvement for the first time in history. An F-35 is targeted. That never happened. It had crashes, it had accidents, it had problems. It was never targeted by another country. And it has been targeted likewise with other advanced fighter jets of the United States of America. And guess what? The United States had to confirm, they had to admit. Trump said it was friendly fire, right, in Kuwait. Suddenly, he knows the information. Where did you get that from? And he's resorting to so many lies to cover up the huge humiliation that the United States is suffering. Hence why they're on this desperate mission now to try as much as possible to portray an image of victory and to press Iran to accept certain demands from the United States. Now, okay. What if, assuming that the ceasefire has been extended, up until when is this extension exactly? You see, the first ceasefire was 2 weeks. It was clear, we're going to have a ceasefire for 14 days. And then Trump started to say that, okay, you know, we're not going to extend it. On the same day that he said we're not going to extend it twice, he extended. Typical Trump U-turn. But hey, he's relying on the fact that many people have goldfish memory. Thankfully, not all of us are like that. And we kind of remember what happened yesterday and last month, and maybe a few years back too. Israel, however, is saying that there is a deadline. Trump didn't set a deadline. Israel is setting a deadline. Can you see how the dynamic works? You know, can you see who is interested in having a deadline? And okay, what did Israel say? When is the deadline of this war that Trump didn't reveal, but Israel knows? According to Israel, Trump's deadline for Iran is until Sunday. A diplomatic source estimates that Trump wants to reach agreements with Iran and not just hold negotiations. Israeli officials say that this is unlikely to happen by Sunday, adding that they sense chaos in the Americans' conduct. We are informed about Trump's moves only from the news and his social network. White House says the president did not set a deadline for the ceasefire. So what is it exactly? Israeli wishful thinking or what? A White House official told Fox News today that the ceasefire will be extended by 3 to 5 days. But an Israeli source said that the situation is unclear and mainly depends on Trump's temperament. How great is that? Vital world war peace decisions depending on Trump's temper. According to a CNN report, Trump plans to give the Iranians a set period of time until they can submit a unified proposal to the US, which would form the basis for another round of talks. But according to the publication, the US administration does not want to permanently extend the ceasefire or let the Iranians delay the talks. The Pentagon has reported that 400 American service members have been injured today to war with Iran. Yeah, more likely 4,000. Not just injured, killed and wounded. So who's right here? Clearly, the Israeli side wants there to be a deadline, although Trump hasn't said anything. They don't have anything to prove it, but they would like it to be limited so that, well, they can have war again, right? That's how they operate and run. How does the United States and Israel, how do they survive? With war. No war? Yeah, boring. We need to find innocent people to target. I mean, life is not fun without that in their reality. But there's also something behind that, of course. It's the fact that they have been humiliated. I mean, that is really embarrassing for them. The world's biggest superpower, Israel, against Iran and a couple of armed resistance groups here and there, not able to take them down. Kind of a pathetic show is that. It's ludicrous, right? However, also, both Trump and Netanyahu, but Netanyahu more than Trump, need an urgent, decisive image of victory. How and why? Well, how they're going to have to do that with some sort of an accomplishment, because unfortunately for them, primarily, they think that these images of victory come like that. There are other motives behind, of course, the endless wars, the military-industrial complex, the people who finance that subjugation, and what have you. We get all of that. Netanyahu has elections in October, though, and the man still wants to continue to be a prime minister. He dragged Israel to 6 elections in 7 years, only because he wants to remain in power so that he can change the Israeli law to apply to his needs based on his interest and avoid the corruption charges against him so that he doesn't go to jail. And if he loses, then, well, he loses all of that. He was trying to counter it by having an amnesty or a plea deal. That didn't work. Trump interfered not once, not twice, but 3 times. And he went to a level where he was really being rude even to the Israeli president. He was criticizing them. He was criticizing him heavily. So Netanyahu needs that desperately. He's losing in the polls now, likewise with Donald Trump, because, well, the Israelis are saying that Iran is more powerful than ever. They defeated us. That's in the Israeli mainstream. That's in the Israeli public. Most of the public believe that Iran won, according to polls in Israel. Main analysts on Israeli mainstream media will tell you this is a strategic loss. We didn't gain anything here. So that's a known fact. And with Lebanon as well, the resistance surprised them. They weren't expecting this level of resistance coming from them, and they didn't expect to be in this situation. So it's a devastating situation for Netanyahu. Therefore, he has to have some sort of a victory, a military victory, something decisive. He's trying to drag Trump to potentially use something bigger against Iran. The American side is explaining undeniably to the Israeli side the limits that they have, because if there would be, certain lines crossed in Iran, that would be devastating on both countries. They can kind of kiss all of their dreams goodbye. However, that's not going to stop the Israeli side from continuing the pressure, and that's not going to stop Trump from having this approach with Iran of the blockade, of the stubbornness on the negotiating table, undermining Iran's sovereignty, lack of respect for them and the delegation, which would inevitably lead to a clash between the two countries that can expand even further.
Your opinion is shaped primarily by the source of your information. NewsV Pro is an uncensored AI-powered intelligence platform that cuts through
the Iranians are all but defeated, that they're just barely hanging on, and any day they're going to collapse, and we can just go in there and do whatever we want, and we're going to come out a big-time victor, and everything is good to go. But if you look at the actual fundamentals, you may come to a different conclusion, and that's what we always like to do here. And we think it's important to look at what is true on the ground. We're going to listen to what everybody says, and you're going to hear some of those claims here in just a bit. But we're going to see how do they stack up against what's actually happening on the ground, both on the Iranian side and on the American side. We also have with this, we're delighted to have back Matthew Ho, who is the Associate Director of the Eisenhower Media Network at EisenhowerMediaNetwork.org, a former State Department official, former combat Marine. Matt, always delighted to have you on the show.
Hi, Danny. Good to see you.
Well, listen, let's just start off right up, because you just published a piece on your Substack, and you've been on some other television networks where you have a pretty bold statement here that you're saying that Iran is now a proven world power, not that they're weak knees and about to collapse. How do you make that statement?
Yeah, thanks, Danny. I think it addresses the point that you're talking about, the fundamentals here. The fact that the Iran is able to take on the American military and Israel in a war that all sides have wanted for decades and have come out not just surviving, but in control, forcing the Americans to create new objectives as the war went on in order to compensate or reacting to the realities of the war. Most especially the control of the Straits of Hormuz by Iran. And no matter what the bluster, no matter what the headlines say, no matter what Donald Trump says about mine-sweeping operations, the reality is that the Iranians will control the Straits of Hormuz now and forever. There's no getting around that. But there's another aspect to it as well, is this idea that this is a war between the 20th century and the 21st century, and that this is a war between the American imperial order or the American century and the multipolar world. And so the estimation of what makes a world power, if you take it in the 20th century, guys, size of a military, nominal GDP, how many nuclear weapons a country possesses, etc., that's a measure that belongs in the past. You now have this reality that because of technology, because of dependencies, critical dependencies on resources, you have a country like Iran able to exert itself as a world power. I mean, I think by any basic definition of the word, even if you were to use an older 20th century view of that description of world power, you would still have to acknowledge that Iran is a world power because the effects it has had on the world. By that in and of itself, its ability to influence the world, its ability to now dictate to the world, its ability to have this amount of not just resilience, but impact on nations across the world, including the United States. It makes it one of the world powers. And I've seen others say that there are 4 world powers now: the United States, Russia, China, and Iran.
And that is going to just make a lot of people start twitching to even hear that, because no. Iran is a little guy. In fact, we've been kicking them around for decades. We've been talking about how we want to get rid of their nuclear program and all this for a long, long time. Benjamin Netanyahu, since literally 1986 is the longest video, or the oldest video I can find. And all the time since then, President Trump assassinated their version of the Joint Chiefs of Staff in 2020. Israel destroyed their embassy in, I think it was 2023, in Syria. They assassinated people in their capital city. We attacked them in 2025. And basically they had, some little reaction, but then they went back into their box, and we just said, we can keep kicking these guys anytime we want to. Now, all of a sudden, they're not getting back in their box. And I don't think that we figured out how to control them yet.
Right. And the Iranians have done 2 things. Well, they've done several things. One, they show an ability to exercise strategic leadership that we just wish we had. They have a leadership that's able to not just be cohesive and unified. I mean, they certainly have their differences, right? They certainly have their fractures and splits and schisms. But in terms of crafting together objectives and then creating strategies and policies to achieve those objectives, you've seen that. You've seen their ability to understand their adversaries, to understand the world, and then to say, okay, these are the objectives we need to attain in order to achieve our aims of, reasserting our sovereignty, deterring the United States and Israel, getting sanctions relief, as well as helping to construct a new world order, not just a new regional Middle Eastern order, but a new world order, essentially, is what you're looking at here. Again, now we're back to this idea of the 20th century versus 21st century, the American imperial structure versus the multipolar world. But, in addition to that, you've seen the Iranians also be able to execute symmetrically and asymmetrically against the U.S. and Israel. And symmetrically, with their drone and missile capacity, they went toe to toe with the Americans and the Israelis in what was essentially a slugfest, not just in the last 6 weeks, but also last year during a 12-day war. And, at worst, you can say about them is they were on par with the Americans and the Israelis. And a lot of people will say they were better than the Americans and the Israelis, and they have the dominance now. I'm in the camp, and I think you are as well, Danny, that this ceasefire was needed, or was predicated on the fact that the American military and the Israeli military, but even my estimation, the American military had to rest, had to refit, had to reset, had to rotate in new ships and new Air Force squadrons, that they needed the break from the war after 6 weeks because they couldn't keep going. And by all accounts, the Iranians could have kept going. So you've seen this ability for the Iranians to stand toe to toe with the American and the Israelis, symmetrically. I'm not talking about like Air Force and Navy, but we're talking about the things that actually matter in the 21st century: missiles and drones. And the other side is the asymmetric side of it. So whether using economic warfare, using political warfare, or just even having just the mismatch that, in the sense of using $20,000 drones against $1 billion radar installations. You've seen the Iranians here clearly demonstrate a capacity at the strategic level, at the national level, that we haven't seen here in the U.S. since World War II.
And I think on top of the 21st century versus the 20th century, you've also got the multiple centuries in the past geography. And, that's, I think, is one of the things you see here. I mean, even among just the coastline of Iran, you can see, and there's a lot of photographs and videos where you can see these sheer cliffs and whatnot that are fantastic for the defense. These mountain ranges, especially on the west, and especially as you see up in the upper handed side there, when the Turkey and the Iraq border, and anything in there makes it virtually impenetrable. I don't care if we had a 1,000,000-man army, if we had like a coalition and everybody from NATO just left up, everybody from Asia came in and joined us, and we all just got online. Matt, I mean, what do you think about looking at this geography? Is there any way to go through that entire western mountain ranges to get to a political victory over Tehran?
I think if you were to ask Tolkien or Martin, you know, the guys who wrote Lord of Rings and Game of Thrones, to, hey, make up a country for me that's impregnable, that no one in their right mind would ever try and invade, they would come up with Iran. You know, I mean, so I think that's what I look at when I think about when I look at that. Exactly, like why just on a basic level, right? Let's do a map study of this place. Let's tabletop a war against Iran. How badly it would go just for as soon as you started the war game. I mean, yeah, you look at that, and it's a fortress country essentially, and it's massive. I still don't think people in the United States understand how big it is. It is 4 times the size of Iraq, 4 times the size of California, 2.5 times the size of Texas. I mean, like it is massive. And it's a big country population-wise, 92, 93 million people. I think Iraq, when we invaded Iraq, had 23 million people, I think. I mean, so just, again, that scale, you know, in terms of its size, but also, too, then its geography, as you discussed, and then its culture, its history.
Yeah.
This is an empire or a country that has imperial roots, a proud history. Of military conquest, but also too of, you know, essentially, you know, it's a country that hasn't started a war. You know, certainly they've been involved with the IRGC and Lebanon and things like that. But, you know, in terms of starting a war in the way that the United States starts wars or other countries start wars, it's hard to find an example of that for Iran.
And let's just take a look at what we have achieved so far. And unfortunately, I mean this in the negative sense. Prior to the onset of this war, and you may even say prior to the 2025 war, but we dodged a bullet in 2025, which we could have avoided the worst of the outcome. Up until the point on the 27th of February of this year, Iran was still, relatively speaking, in a box, and it was contained. It had always had the potential to do something in the Strait of Hormuz. It had been talked about for decades, but they had never acted on it because for the same reason they didn't go to war with Israel when they attacked their embassy, which we would have. If anybody had ever destroyed one of our embassies, it would have been immediate going to war with somebody. They didn't, because they didn't want to get into a war. They didn't want to have their infrastructure attacked. They didn't want to have their people killed. And they said, if we can just placate them a little bit longer, maybe we can learn, continue living. But then I think that after that 2025 war and then the onset of this one, I think that they calculated across the board, whether you're talking the political, the IRGC, the regular people, we cannot coexist with this entity, the Israel and the United States. We just can't. They'll never allow it. They'll just keep doing this until we eventually get destroyed. And so that pushed them for the first time in 47 years to seize control of the strait, no matter what the consequences then. And I think that is, and tell me if I'm wrong, that is part of what you predicate your claim that they are now a global power, whether we like it or not.
Right. No, yeah, I think you're exactly right, Danny. I think you're exactly right. I want to go back to something you mentioned there about this idea of keeping Iran in a box. This was the same way that Iraq was in 2002 and going into 2003. Saddam Hussein was contained. And we could argue about whether he had any intentions to do anything or not, but in a general sense, right, you can make the argument that in 2003, Iraq was contained. There was no need for an invasion, and that the warnings that if you did this, it was going to break the box open and then you don't control what happens. You know, so in that sense, you had the box being broken, the containment being broken in Iraq, and Al-Qaeda in Iraq, civil war in Syria later on, just instability across the board, 1 million dead Iraqis. It's still a hellscape in a lot of ways in Iraq today. You know, the region still hasn't recovered from that invasion 23 years ago. You know, but now in this sense, you're breaking this box, breaking this containment open. It didn't lead to that instability. It led to allowing Iran to become a world power. So as you said, it gave them the opportunity to control the Straits of Hormuz. It gave them an opportunity to be seen on the world stage as standing up against the American empire, standing up against the Israelis. So even though in the capitals, and certainly you'll have it in the United Nations, there will still be opposition to Iran, just as, say, there is opposition to the Palestinians. But similar to the Palestinians, who won the hearts of the world, essentially, you have seen that in the same way with Iran. And it's causes a problem for a lot of people because they're inclined not to want to endorse a government like in Tehran that classifies people as enemies of God. I have the same hesitation, but at the same time, too, you have an admiration for a country that unites and stands up to these imperial bullies. So, I mean, you had this creation of Iran, or the ordination of Iran as a world power, come about because the United States gave them the opportunity to do so by this war. And all the things Iran has done, Iran essentially had telegraphed or stated clearly that they were going to do, including the general idea that this will be a war that has results, that this will be a war where there is a resolution. Now, I think presently we're in a situation where the status quo is acceptable to the Iranians, to the Israelis, to the Americans. And so if the ceasefire is indefinite, I think in all three capitals, there is it's good enough for them. But certainly if the war continues, and the Iranians have said this again now, that if the war continues, they will not hold back. They will seek a real resolution. And what that resolution probably looks like is destroyed energy facilities throughout the Gulf and the world in a depression. And, doing that in order to ensure that this never happens again, because the world would deter such a war from happening again, because the costs were too great for this war, but also too, and it also in other ways bring about really the solidification of a multipolar world and the end of that American century.
Now, I don't know if I'll argue so much, but as I'll challenge part of your contention there that the three parties could live with this, because one party definitely, maybe two parties probably wouldn't. One party definitely does not seem to want to live with this, anything remotely concerned, considering the current state of affairs. And that is the United States. I'll show you that in a second. But I want to start off by showing you something here where somebody is going to agree with you in a slightly different way, I think. I have had both Ambassador Chaz Freeman and John Mearsheimer on the show, and both of them have said they think that because we've started this war, Iran will now get a nuclear weapon, that they're behind the scenes or secretly or covertly. At some point, they're going to have it, whether now or later. But this guy here on CNBC, David Roche, seems to think that maybe they don't need one because they may have a version of one already.
Right.
Together with the Houthis controlling the Red Sea and the IRGC controlling the entrance to the Gulf, the Straits of Hormuz, that is their new nuclear weapon. It gives them control over Gulf states. It gives them control over the global economy. And why on earth would they give it up? That's what the war has done. The IRGC, Iran, lost the war and moved, as a result, into a position of having greater strategic power than they had before the war started.
So I don't know, maybe he read your Substack earlier, because he came to the same conclusion.
Yeah, he's absolutely right, though. Hey, look, Danny, nuclear weapons. With a nuclear weapon, you can only destroy a city. But with the Straits of Hormuz, you can destroy entire countries. You can destroy entire economies, right? I mean, the ability to cut off a third of the world's energy, roughly, as well as all the byproducts, all the petrochemicals and everything else. I mean, in everyone you read, I'm not talking about the commentators on MS Now or Fox News or anything like that, but the serious folks out there, including a lot of establishment types, coming out of the Wall Street houses, they're all saying this crisis, even if there's a magic wand and everything is great and it all ends today, this crisis, energy-wise, and its effects on the economies of the world goes on for months and months. The idea that oil capacity coming out of the Gulf won't reset until a year from now, possibly, is something that very serious people who are involved in the business of oil and finance and commerce and shipping, they're saying this. right? I mean, so maybe it won't be that bad, but certainly the idea that just you can understand in the sense that it takes how many months for a tanker to make a round trip from a refinery or from a depot or a port someplace to the Gulf, full up and come back, right? And it's now been 6 weeks where none of them have been doing that. You know, I mean, it's just the math. Do the math on the logistics of it, and you understand, man, it's going to take at best case months to get back to where we were on February 27th. And even then, you're going to have a latency. You've got a lag in terms of the economic effects, the second and third orders of, you know, of price inflation, of transportation costs, and most especially the dearth of supply. I mean, so you're talking about a helium crisis, you're talking about a fertilizer crisis. What does that mean? That means you can't, you know, among other things, build semiconductor chips. You can't, among other things, grow crops. You know, I mean, like, and that all then is consequences that appear months later.
And what we're seeing on the screen right here is this is jet fuel, gasoline, diesel, and then crude oil itself. Everything is heading down, and those are ongoing. Those are open-ended because it's not stopped, and we haven't opened it up. So these things just keep deepening. Ergo, the date that it's like 4 to 12 months later hasn't even started yet.
That's right. That's right. You know, so this guy Roche, that's what his name was, if I recall. You know, he's exactly correct. He's exactly correct. Why do you need a nuclear weapon when you can have this type of control? I mean, this is something like, actually, this is really great. This is like I'm watching Dr. Evil here. You know?
Right.
I mean,
what planet did he transmission in from? That's what I want to know. Where's he coming from?
You know, I mean, like, you really should be like coming out of like some secret lair in an Austin Powers film, plotting how he's going to bring the world down by, you know, gluing all the tanker ships together or something like that, right? You know, like stopping tanker, you know, and the Iranians were like, we don't need to glue the ships together. We can just launch a couple of drones. And that's the whole thing. It's so mind-boggling here. Is just that I assume they get it, but it doesn't seem like they do. All this emphasis on mines. And like, I don't even know if the Iranians actually laid any mines. I mean, have we seen a photo of one yet? I know they said they did, and we think they did, but they don't have to.
We haven't, but we do have this. Let me pull this up on the screen here. This one, President Trump sent this out early this morning. I've ordered the United States Navy to shoot and kill any boats, small boats that they may be, that their ships are at the bottom, that they're putting mines in the Strait of Hormuz. And I have seen some reports here of late that they have actually been putting that. So apparently it's a bigger issue than we thought, so much so that President Trump decided he wanted to put that out this morning. So there is some real blockage issue apparently now.
Yeah, what they're doing it with, Daddy, is just, you know, again, $20,000 drones. And you saw the video of the Iranians taking the tank, that cargo ship, right?
Yeah, I did see that.
Yeah, right. I mean, like they used like a Boston whaler. You know, they used the same boat that me and Jimmy Letko used to like take his dad's Boston whaler and cut school and go water skiing on the Delaware during high school in. I mean, it's the same thing, you know, and we think that somehow we're going to be able to stop that. They just make another Boston whaler if we blow that one up. Get 8 other guys to climb up the side of the ship or launch a $20,000 drone. Now, I don't even think they're $20,000. I've seen some estimates that they might be as low as $2,000 or $3,000, some of those drones that they use. So, I mean, yeah, I mean, the idea that there's somehow any end to this, or the fantasy that at the end of the day, now and forever, Iran will control the Straits of Hormuz as long as they want to, is something that maybe it hasn't sunk in, you know, fully in Washington, D.C., you know, but I think in other places there is that thing. So, I mean, it's just, I think, though, to what we were talking about before, I think what Iran has now, because, you know, we have this American blockade, which is incredibly porous. 2 of the 3 ships that the Americans have seized so far have been in the Indian Ocean. One was 400 miles southeast of Sri Lanka. I mean, we just can't get our ships close enough to the Straits of Hormuz to have an effective blockade. They've got to be several hundred miles away from the Iranian coastline, which means at that point, you know, how are they going to interdict anything? There's thousands of miles of ocean at that point. The Iranian ships just hug the Iranian and Pakistani and Indian coastlines. I mean, there's you know, the Financial Times had a story 2 days ago that they were able to observe through the Marine Tracker websites and other things like that, at least 34 Iranian ships get through the blockade. During that time, the Americans had seized 2 Iranian ships. So you do the math, and it's okay if that's going to be the ratio. And that doesn't even include, right, all the ships that the Financial Times couldn't see because they had turned off their transponders, or they were transiting in a way that they couldn't be identified, right? So, but this say that's 34 ships is correct. But we also know that there are more that are getting through that we don't see. Well, do the math on that. That's a 17-to-1 ratio. And I think that's probably something that the Iranians can live with. Particularly since the Iranians are getting a premium on their oil, as well as then the toll that the Iranians are receiving from their control of Strait of Hormuz. And the Iranians just said today they received the first toll payment into their treasury. And so you put all that together, and the Iranians are happy with the status. Certainly, they can even use the blockade for their own political purpose, rally around the flag type of, not that they need that at this point, but, so you see a status quo that the Iranians have to be happy with. And essentially sanctions relief.
They do, and that's why I was saying, they are, I think, relatively speaking. There's some things they're definitely not happy about, which I'll show you in a second. But I said I would challenge you on the other side, because the United States, I think it's one of those classic, and you can probably go all the way back to the Peloponnesian War of a rising and a declining power. If the United States just can't bring their mind to realize we're not in that period I talked about where they're kicking around like a dog every time they wanted to. We can't bring ourselves to accept that there could be an equilibrium here at all. To wit, here's a few folks I want to show you, and this is really important. Here's how it's being viewed among people that have the closest relationship with President Trump. First of all, with former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo.
We get to drive the timeline and the escalation ladder, and that's really important. That's how you keep American lives safe and get the security outcome that President Trump has ultimately looked for, right? Get rid of your enriched uranium, stop your missile program. We took out their Navy. They've still got fast boats, but this is a fundamentally weaker Iran, and the blockade will every day make that continue to be even more true. Their weakness will only accelerate in the days ahead.
So he's trying to claim the opposite of what you did and what David Roche did, that they're increasing and their power is now higher than it was before. He's saying they're on their way down. But look, all you got, he's saying that same maximalist stuff that we want, their enrichment uranium, give us all their stuff, no long range, all that kind of thing, right? And except that we had 40 days of almost uninterrupted bombing that we had on Iran, and all we did is blow up a bunch of stuff on the surface and kill about 3,000 people, but we didn't get rid of their Navy, the one that matters, the speedboats. We didn't get rid of their long-range missiles, their drone capabilities, or despite assassinating a number of leaders, we did nothing to even diminish their actual governing capacity. And of course, the most important thing is the Strait of Hormuz remains in their control. So you would think that would sober some people up, but you see, here's Mike Pompeo pretending none of that is true. And then I can add in 13 dead Americans, 400 wounded Americans, 13 bases devastated. I don't even know the total number, like 30 or 40 aircraft destroyed or damaged, all the radars, et cetera. And the list goes on. That it's cost us tremendously and our allies. And he wants to go back to that. And he thinks we're in charge. Make that make sense to me.
Yeah, I can't, Danny. I mean, and on top of all the things you just listed, and a really overt, clear as day, irrefutable example of a broken, and antiquated, corrupted, bankrupt American military that can't achieve the objectives put before it. The United States military threw all it had essentially against the Iranians. And yeah, the American military can kill a lot of people. We can blow a lot of ththings up. But what objectives were achieved? And actually, like we were saying, that you created, you made Iran even stronger. The thing is, too, we had 2 leaks come out in a matter of days this past week. One with the New York Times publishing information from the Pentagon saying that Iran's missile stocks were at 70% of what they were 6 weeks ago. Their launchers were at 60%. and their drone fleet was at 40%. And how many drones have they built in the last 2 weeks? They can conceivably build hundreds a day. You had this leak through the New York Times, and then you had a few days later another leak through CNN, which talked about the status of our munitions and how we've expended half of our THAADs and half of our Patriots, how we've expended 30% of our Tomahawks, et cetera. I mean, in those two leaks coming through those two sources, two of the most trusted or the most trusted partners of the national security establishment, the New York Times and CNN, putting that information out like that back to back. That's the Pentagon telling the world this is the real status of the war. This is what actually happened over the last 6 weeks. We shot off a whole lot of munitions that it takes us a very long time to build, while the Iranians shot off some of theirs that they can replenish at a much quicker rate. And oh, by the way, all those stories that ran in the Times and the Guardian and on BBC, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, that claimed we had destroyed 90% of the launch capacity or whatever, I guess that's not true. Because I guarantee
you forget about that we claimed that within the first week, I guess.
Fourth week. It's just absolutely nonsense. And they kept carrying on with it. They lowered it down, 80% destroyed, 70%. They lower it down, but clear nonsense. And I would assume that, say that number is correct, that the Iranians have 70% of their missile fleet still. I assume almost all of that depletion, all of that diminishment came from them firing missiles and not from us destroying missiles. Right. I mean, and I would imagine the 60% number for the launchers are on the launchers that we can estimate. We actually don't know how many launchers they have. So I would push that number up higher. And the drone fleet, it's down to 40% because they fired off thousands of drones and they're building 100 or 200 every day. So you look at that and you look at how, again, it came through. The most important thing is that where it came through, we knew this. I know you know this. All your guests know this. Your folks watching know all this. But the fact that it was CNN and New York Times and a 1-2 punch put this information out this week, that's the Pentagon telling us that, telling the world that this is the reality of the war. We can't go on with it.
Yeah. Now let me give you let me compound the problem here. That's what some people in the Pentagon are doing, because those leaks don't come out of nowhere. Somebody's doing them, and because they're alarmed. That's typically
good. They're doing it. Good American patriots like Danny Davis. That's who's doing that stuff.
Yeah.
I'm serious. I'm serious. And people who are watching this, because you got a lot of new viewers, and I want to say this right now. If you're watching this and you will come to it because Danny's got a great show and great guests and his stuff's locked on. If you don't know about Danny, look him up. And in particular, look up a January 2012 article from the New York Times. It was front page by Scott Shane about Danny. Look up Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis, Army whistleblower, goes to Congress over Afghan war. Google that and look up Danny, and you'll read about Danny and understand what Danny did, right? And why he's sitting here, doing great work with this channel, but how come he didn't retire as Lieutenant General Daniel Davis? You'll understand why.
Well, there's a lot of reasons why on that one. But speaking of generals, so that's what's being leaked. So that's the real story. And we talked about, you and I talked about this before the war, that we had limited stockpiles and we can't waste them out here. So it's just self-evident, right? But here again, people that are talking to President Trump, who have his used to be officials, and many of them 4-star generals, or I think one's a 3-star, former 3-star, and one a former 4-star, are saying things that are just totally detached from reality, but are things President Trump listens to. First, here is General Keith Kellogg, who was a former commander of the 82nd Airborne Division.
You break the impasse by just breaking off negotiations. We're saying we're done with these guys. We're finished. And you take a really harder line. You create problems for them. They're a theocratic government. They're led by the supreme leader. You've got the IRGC out there, which is actually distributed because of the Mosaic defensive plan out there. We really don't know who's in charge. So we're just going to say we're in charge, and this is what we're going to do. And if that means taking Carg Island or the islands in the Strait, so be it. We've got 2 amphibious ready groups of Marines off the shore, as well as the 82nd Airborne has a brigade in theater. They're ready to go. They can do that immediately.
You're muted.
Dan, you gotta unmute yourself, Dan.
Have no idea how that happened, but I said something really wonderful. I said, you're a combat Marine, and you know a thing or two about what it's taken. Tell us a little bit about how those two Marine and amphibious units he's talking about, can they take Carg Island and stick it to the Ayatollahs?
No, they can't. I mean, they're essentially each of those Marine expeditionary units are light infantry battalions. They would have to be airlifted onto Carg. They can't be airlifted from their ships. And the reality is you can only airlift basically one reinforced company of Marines at a time. So 150, 200 Marines. The ships can't get close enough to the Straits of Hormuz, let alone Carg Island, which is several hundred miles northwest of the Straits of Hormuz, for the American aircraft to reach it off the ships. So the Marines would have to be transferred to land. If they were transferred to land, that means they can't be doing the interdiction in the blockade. So you've got these two competing missions. But essentially, if you were to do that, you're putting Marines, or if you're going to use paratroopers, from the 82nd or Rangers or whoever, you're putting light infantry forces onto a heavily defended island, someplace that you have spoken openly about, obsessively about for months, that the Iranians obviously have prepared well for. You're putting them into unprotected terrain. We couldn't defend the bases we had occupied for decades in the Persian Gulf, right, against the missiles and drones. And now you're going to put American Marines and paratroopers on some Iranian island under the open skies against those very same missiles and drones, let alone the whole range of shorter range missiles and drones that the Iranians have that they haven't utilized in this war at all yet. I mean, and I also too, I
20 miles, 20 miles, actually less than that. That seems something. Just that's from the shore. Artillery can range that.
Exactly. So I don't know if the Iranians have 152s or 155s or whatever they have. Yeah, exactly. They're in range of tube artillery. But also too, I think, Danny, and I think we've talked about this, but I don't believe the American Army and the American Marine Corps are prepared for modern warfare, or prepared for modern ground combat. I don't think they're prepared, in this, I mean, specifically drones. I don't think they are prepared, whether in terms of their equipment, whether in terms of their doctrine, whether in terms of their leadership or their culture, to fight a war with drones. I just don't see it at all. Even though we've been so heavily involved in Ukraine, I don't think any of those lessons from Ukraine have had an impact among the American ground combat forces the way they should have.
And that is a tragedy, and just an incompetence that it hasn't been, because it should have been from the beginning. And we dabbled around a little bit of Secretary Hegseth has said several times, "Oh, we're investing all this money, and in a year and a half from now, we're going to get 300,000 drones." Mm-hmm. Which is meaningless when you're talking about the Russians make practically in a month, as do the Ukrainian side too.
Right.
That's a pittance, and you're talking years from now. How are these guys going to compete on that?
And just let alone how do the American Marines and paratroopers put on an island prepared for their arrival by the Iranians, going right into Iranian strategy? The Iranians, gosh, the Iranian foreign minister said on NBC on Meet the Press, he said, we want the Americans to invade. That goes right into our war plan. I mean, so just that should take it off the table immediately. But the idea of American Marines and paratroopers facing first-person view drones flown by fiber optic cable, which we know they have. They've gotten this stuff. They've learned it from the Russians, but we've seen them use it. We've all seen the videos of the drones, fiber optic drones flying around Camp Victory, as well as the embassy compound in Baghdad. I mean, so how are American Marines and paratroopers equipped? How are they been trained? Does the leadership understand? I just saw a big story the other day about how the Army is introducing their newest version of the M1, as well as their replacement for the Bradley to the 1st Cavalry Division. And just the way I read that, I just got this feeling that this is what the generals want. These are the guys who grew up with you, Danny, right? And they're still in the mindset of defending the gap against a Soviet armored corps, right? I mean, like, they don't have that in their heads. And so I fear, and I wrote about this. People want, more my thoughts on this. I wrote about this on my Substack a few weeks ago. I titled it Reinforcing Failure. And, the problem you'd have then if you do put Marines or paratroopers onto Karg and say it goes bad, well, because of the distances that's involved here, how do you reinforce them, right? How do you resupply them? How do you evacuate them? And then the whole other issue, well, I'll get to the evacuation in a minute, but we've seen what we should expect from Iranian air defense systems against low-flying aircraft, against helicopters with that whole Isfahan thing a couple weeks ago. So why wouldn't that happen as well on some place like Karg Island? And you'd have a force there that would be dependent upon not just insertion, but reinforcement, resupply, evacuation from those same very aircraft that the Iranians have already shown a great capacity to shoot down if we put them in front of them. But then there's a question that is the political one. Say you put Marines and paratroopers on the Karg Island or whatever the other piece of Iranian real estate you want to talk about, and it goes badly. Is this administration going to pull them out? Right? I mean, is it going to admit that this is a failure, or are they going to reinforce that failure? Is this going to be case on? Is this going to be Gallipoli? Right? Is this going to be like in Ukraine with Krinky? I know we talked about that with that battle near Kherson, right? I mean, so is that what this is going to become? So I think what you'd see then, if anything, in terms of these Marines or paratroopers being used, is just simply one-off raids. Getting a photo op out of it, getting some type of propaganda reel out of it. American Marines on a beach someplace planting a flag, getting that, so that Donald Trump can post that on Truth Social, and then getting out of there. I think that's what we're probably looking at.
If they were able to, but then the Iranians, several of them, even on our channel, has Professor Miranda has said, no, we would let them land. We won't interdict them until they get there, and then we'll just pound them once they get there. Yeah. So if you're trying to get them out now, then they're probably going to hit those helicopters when they come to try to extract, and that's then right. You're going to talk about something even worse than Gallipoli, I think. That's now, right. Here's the problem that I have. One of the many. This is two combat veterans, you and I, talking about how this would work, the fundamentals. All of it is played out up to this point, like we said it would, just like it did, frankly, when you and I talked about the Afghanistan war back from 2009 forward, because the things are just self-evident. If you're just looking at all, you can see it. Yeah. But there was General Kellogg, former commander of the 82nd, and then we have another general here who President Trump apparently listens to a lot, as he said just the other day, that he gets on the phone with President Trump and he listens to him. He's suggesting that not only do we ignore everything you just said and everything we have seen in the first 40 days, we should also do something different on the negotiating path.
They had fully recommitted to all of their goals, despite the 12-day war, despite the damage to their nuclear enterprise, and really were trying to recover militarily as quickly as possible, which alerted the prime minister and the president that we got to do something about this. I think we're on a verge of another miscalculation here. And they're betting on the fact they kick this can down the road, drag it out, the president will not pull the trigger. I believe he will pull the trigger, and I'll bet any amount of money Target 1 negotiators are talking to, the new bona fide leaders of Iran, who are absolutely as ideological as the previous one. Certainly there are new faces here and people occupying different positions. But the reality is the ideology and the commitment to Iran is there.
So, look, let's just go in militarily. Let's just start this thing up right now and kill the negotiators on the other side that are saying stuff we don't like. I mean, what could go wrong with that?
And he's just also so fundamentally incorrect on this. I mean, he's saying that these Iranian negotiators are new to the scene. Arachi and Kalabaf are new to the Iranian scene. So his information isn't even correct. And whether he knows it or not, I don't think it matters. He's just going to say what he's going to say.
Well, they've all fought in the Iran-Iraq war. I mean, he kind of has some pretty good knowledge.
Just the barbarity that is espoused here, right? And now you can really see that clear intertwining of an American-Israeli viewpoint, right? An American-Israeli worldview, American foreign policy as an Israel-first foreign policy, and how that has now descended into not just the politics, not just the strategy, but also into the operation, into the tactics, right? So this idea of assassinating those you're negotiating with, betraying any type of diplomatic process, murdering people who are trusting you to have some degree of honor. That's what the Israelis do, and that's certainly what the Americans like Jack Keane want us to do as well. And why he thinks that murdering a plane full of Iranian negotiators ends the war, I don't know. It doesn't. It doesn't. If anything,
let me tell you why I show you that, because I mentioned that Jack Keane gets on the phone with President Trump, and we know Keith Kellogg was hired by President Trump earlier in this term here, right. Was the vice president's national security advisor in the first Trump term. So he listens to these two guys here. Now, you just heard Jack Keane yesterday say that we should go back to war and forget about waiting. And I bet every dollar I have, and he wouldn't say that, I think, unless he had some pretty good inclination that is what Trump's going to do and that he should kill him. Now, that's his personal opinion. But then we had Mark Thiessen, 12 to something in the Washington Post yesterday. And then he went on Fox News also yesterday and added this.
If there are two factions in Iran, one that wants a deal and one that doesn't want a deal, let's kill the ones that don't want a deal. If it's that simple, we've killed over 50 Iranian leaders so far. Let's go back. Let's end the ceasefire and finish the job. Admiral Cooper has taken out about 70 to 80% of the targets he was assigned. There's another 20 to 30% to be done. Let's finish that. Let's take out the leaders who don't want a deal. And then we threaten to destroy Karg Island if they don't give us the nuclear dust and bring them back to the table then.
So again, just kill everybody and destroy everything until we get what we want. And then you see on True Social this very morning in the article that Mark Thiessen wrote, where he said that, because it was pulled out of his article, President Trump says very true. So what does that tell you about both the ethics, the morality, and the military competence of the United States right now?
Oh, it's essentially non-existent. I mean, these are the commentators, as you're saying, Danny, aren't just getting the airspace on the major networks in the major newspapers, but they've also got the President of the United States replying affirmatively on social media too. It's absolute madness. There's no evidence to support what they're saying. There's no logic. Thiessen's on there talking about how we've destroyed 70 or 80% of the targets. Well, how come it hasn't collapsed yet? Military theory tells you've only got to destroy essentially 30 or 40% of a unit, of a command, et cetera, to bring it down. And you're at 70 or 80%. How come it hasn't collapsed yet? Either because you didn't destroy 70 or 80%, or because the way you're looking at this is completely wrong. It doesn't, and it's again, that 20th century view versus the 21st century view. Although watching Keane and whoever that other guy was on Fox News, it's like you're watching a 19th century view of this, I mean, but, and their mindset is that way. I don't want to be, that type of person here, but these are real dinosaurs you're talking about. And Thiessen, who is just a hateful Islamophobic bigot, who's able to portray himself as some type of intellectual here. That's what when you dig through what these guys are saying, that's essentially what they're talking about here. They want this clash of civilizations. They believe that might makes right. And they are so encapsulated with this childhood romanticism towards the military that they think it's like a movie, even for those like Jack Keane who should know better. But yeah, I mean, this idea that somehow just hitting them harder is going to work, as if we haven't hit them hard already. I mean, maybe it is true there are no more military targets and they can only hit civilian targets now, but all the history of aerial bombing tells us that no government has ever capitulated, surrendered. No population has ever capitulated or surrendered due to aerial bombing. I mean, this is something we all know, but if you want real conclusive proof, go read the work of Professor Robert Pape. Pape will spell it out for you chapter and verse, so yeah, it is. It's just, we have this country is being run by psychopaths, by sadists, by a historic nihilist, and this is the consequence of that.
And let me show you what the actual consequence of it is on the other side. Now, these guys are all saying that they're on their last throes. They're about to collapse. They're going to fall at any time. But let's see what the Iranians are actually saying after they have endured all this and all the conditions that we've talked about throughout this show here. First of all, Rick Sanchez was interviewing some of the folks on the Iranian side, and he says that Iran tells him that the U.S. isn't just negotiating, they're demanding Iranian surrender. Then from the Iranians themselves, this is from one of their outlets here in English, said Iran's deputy parliament speaker, Babai, said any negotiations with the United States were off the table unless Washington acknowledged defeat. Any negotiations are prohibited until the U.S. admits defeat, the deputy parliament speaker says. Ghalibaf himself, who was the senior negotiator for them, on his X account, says a complete ceasefire only makes sense if it is not violated by the maritime blockade and the hostage taking of the world's economy, and if the Zionist warmongering across all fronts is halted. Reopening the Strait of Hormuz is impossible with such a flagrant breach of the ceasefire. They did not achieve their goals through military, nor will they through bullying. The only way forward is to recognize the rights of the Iranian nations. So far, it sounds like they're saying, look, I'm not intimidated by the stuff you're doing. You're not going to compel us. You can't kill your way to it. We will not let our hand go from the Strait of Hormuz until you meet our demands, which means this probably doesn't have a near-term solution, because, and here's my first question for you, do you see President Trump going, well, damn, I mean, we threatened him. I can't do anything. We're not going to be able to send people to Cargill Island because we'll just get them killed. We can't bomb them. They're not going to do it. So I guess we're just stuck with this. Or do you see him listening to these two generals and that Washington Post writer and saying, let's hit them again and see if it works this time and assassinate people? Maybe that'll work. Which do you think he'll do?
I hate to say it, but I think it's whatever mood he's in. I mean, I think that's what we have to deal. I hate to say that, but I think that's the case. We have this man in power, this mad emperor, who, let's just say, it's a good thing he's willing to change his mind at times. But he's not. He comes to decisions not based upon evidence or based upon a belief system or based upon any type of loyalty to ideology or institutions. It's all about him. It's all about his ego. I think that if, I would like to think that Donald Trump feels that what's occurring right now is good enough. He's still able to bluster. He's still able to put out his Truth Social. They're still able to say we're seizing Iranian tankers. This is good enough for Israel because Israel conquered southern Lebanon. They got what they were looking for. This is good enough. This gets a lot of the monkeys off his back. This allows him to post and to say that he is the only American president who is willing to take on the Iranians, that he put them back in their place. Facts, reality, that doesn't matter to these people. Karen Levitt will lie, consistently, regardless of what it's about. So I think that's, hopefully, this is how I hope that this keeps us from going back into war, is that it is good enough for Donald Trump that he can make the case that he has achieved his aims, that, again, he slapped around the Iranians. They're not going to do this again. He's the only president willing to do it. Reagan wouldn't even do it, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I hope that is that is what Susie Wiles is saying to him. I'm not sure who else in that administration has any sense in their heads, let alone the guts or the courage to speak to him and contradict him. And I may be false in my hopes that Susie Wiles will do that, but certainly that's not going to come from Vance. It's not going to come from Witkoff or Kushner. It's not going to come from Rubio. You know what I mean? So you're certainly not going to come from Hegseth. So, I mean, this is the problem here.
Fly in the ointment here. I mean, number one, Susie Wiles used to work for Netanyahu, so who is her allegiance to? But I mean, Israel. That you may be able to make a case for President Trump, but how many times just in the last 5 or 6 months has Israel sabotaged anything that the U.S. was doing that was moving towards a diplomatic solution in order to keep the fight going or to encourage us to go? I don't see, I mean, maybe you have more hope than I do, but I don't see any scenario where Israel is going to say, okay, yeah, we're just good enough and we'll just be satisfied with this. I think that they'll push us to do more, if not initiate something.
Yeah, I agree that is an issue, but I also do think that Israel's taking of southern Lebanon, the establishment of their yellow line in Lebanon, their ethnic cleansing, all the way up to the Litani River. I think that's good enough for them right now. I think that allows for Israeli leadership to, one, present the war as successful to the Israeli people, but also, two, to meet some of the needs of the greater Israel project. You have an Israel military; it's very overextended. The IDF chief of staff, he said as much. And they're going to have to call up the reservists for longer periods of time now. And as things continue to develop, as the Israelis progress in their annexation of the West Bank, they're going to need more and more forces there. One, to keep the Palestinians down, to oppress the Palestinians, to murder the Palestinians, but also, two, to try and keep a lid on the settlers there. I think for the Israelis at this point, and then, I think what the structure looks like is that there is intermittent violence. There are bombings that occur. The Israelis launch strikes, the Americans launch strikes against the Iranians. It's certainly nothing that's going to threaten the Iranians in terms of their government. And it's an accommodation that both sides make because it's better than going back to full-scale war. But your point is correct, though, Danny. But we're also, I'm looking at this logically and reasonably and analytically. And the reality is we're dealing with Netanyahu and we're dealing with Donald Trump. And that's why I also caveat all what I say about this being a modus vivendi that all three can live with until the next crisis. And is the next crisis next month? Is the next crisis 3 months from now? Is the next crisis 6 months from now? A year from now? And next crisis as determined by the political needs of American and Israeli politicians. So it's very fragile, and it's all, again, predicated on what Netanyahu thinks he needs to do. Plus, there's deeper issues here with Netanyahu. He really does believe that he has been cast in the mode of the most faithful or the most important Israeli prime minister. So he has that, destiny to live up to.
And he also wants to stay out of jail. And by all accounts, we've had some Israeli folks on the show here who have talked about how serious the potential for him to go to jail is. That won't start until the wars come to an end. And so they say he has motivation to keep them going in one form or another.
Yeah, and I think the Israelis have to be careful because although the war was popular, the impact on the economy and as well too just societally of Israelis having to be in bunkers day after day after day was starting to show. So I mean that could you'd be then translating into Netanyahu did the right thing by launching this war, but he's been ineffectual in actually carrying it out. Here we are still trapped in it. That's the argument like Yair Lapid will make, that he would have done the war better. And you saw, I think we saw the, well, I'll just say this. I think that the Israelis, with their conquest of Lebanon, their preparation for what they want to do with the West Bank, I think they know, as well as to Gaza, in the sense of establishing their hold there. They continue to increase what they control in Gaza. I think the Israelis have enough right now that gets them through the next 6 months or year, and then maybe this starts again with Iran.
Well, that's bad news for the world, and we won't even be unwound from the other part yet. We'll have to see how this works out, though. But I think it's pretty clear one way or the other. Your opening thesis is right. Iran is now on the international stage, and they're not going to walk away from the leverage that they have, and that's something we're all going to have to deal with going forward.
Yeah, exactly, Danny. And the question really is, how does this end? How does this ever get resolved? And I mean, I don't know.
There's just going to be a new reality is going to have to be acknowledged, whether kicking and screaming or through recognition, one or the other. But it's going to impose itself, and that's going to be something new that we're going to have to learn to deal with, or it's going to be imposed on us. We'll have to see how it works out. thanks ever so much for coming on today. Really appreciate it. Just remind everybody to go to Matt's Substack, where he's got some great stuff to include that reinforcing failure he mentioned during the show here. You can go and click on that, as well as anything he does new. Thanks very much for that, Matt.
All right. Thanks, Danny.
All right. And we'll see you guys on the next episode of the Daniel Davis Deep Dive. Don't forget to tell your friends, the ones that love to listen to podcasts. Get them to add Daniel Davis Deep Dive to their podcast list. They need to know what you know. They can get it to where they already get their podcast. You just got to tell them.
The top officer of the United States Army fired. The top leader of the United States Navy fired. The former chairman of the Joint Chiefs fired. Fired. The leader of Southcom in the Caribbean fired and forced out. You have Donald Trump, Pete Hegseth, conducting a massive purge of our military over the past 14 months. You've had generals, admirals, and former chairman of the Joint Chiefs, other top military officers purged or resigned, and some of our top talent is gone when we need them the most. And I think back to an interview that I did with Ben Hodges, who was the Army commander of Europe for the United States. And he told me his big break with Donald Trump and him becoming an outspoken guy against the Trump regime when he heard Donald Trump talk about my generals, my admirals. You know, it's the language, in my opinion, of Adolf Hitler and Mussolini, and these types of purges that we're seeing now are the types of purges that we saw that would be conducted by Hitler and Mussolini of their top military leaders. I mean, let's just take a look at what happened in the past 24 hours. United States Navy Secretary John Phelan was fired. He was fired by Hegseth, who doesn't actually have the authority to fire because he's Senate confirmed, president appointed position. Trump had to be the one who actually did the firing. So Hegseth said, I'm firing you. Phelan said, I don't believe you fired me. And Phelan actually goes to the White House to confront Donald Trump. It's the story that CNN and others are reporting. And Donald Trump said, yeah, you're not building my ships good enough. I wanted those ships built quicker. And you may recall that Donald Trump wanted a group of ships called the Trump battleships. I kid you not. And Trump doesn't like the aircraft carriers or stealth ships or modern ships because Donald Trump thinks they're not aesthetically pleasing. And he goes, I'm an aesthetic guy. I want those battleships we used during World War I, those big battleships, Trump would say. I want to call them the Trump battleships. And he said that Phelan wasn't building the battleships quick enough. So while we have a naval blockade in the Persian Gulf right now, which is the main barrier to reaching negotiations or having negotiations with Iran, we fire the Navy secretary. I mean, look, John Phelan was a weird person to have this job in the first place, but who isn't in the Trump regime? The guy's never been in the Navy, never been in the military. He's a private equity guy who's just a Republican donor. But he's fired by Hegseth and Trump because he wasn't building the Trump battleships quick enough, right? And then what, a week and a half ago or 2 weeks ago or so, you had Sean Parnell. He's the spokesperson at the Pentagon. The same way he announced the termination of Phelan, 2 weeks ago, he announced the termination of Randy George. That's the Army Chief of Staff, which is, he's a 4-star general. I mean, he's the top guy in the United States Army. General Randy George, the top position in the Army, is the Chief of Staff. And as Dan Lamuth, who's a foreign policy and a reporter for Washington Post, says this move is a surprise to many relatively senior Army officials and also comes close to nearly a complete remake of the Joint Chiefs. Since Hegseth took office, he basically fired everyone who's on the Joint Chiefs, including the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. And in addition to Phelan, in addition to Randy George, the general, the Army Chief of Staff, Defense Secretary Hegseth also fired this guy named David Hodney, a former Army Ranger who led the Army Transformation and Training Command, Major General William Green Jr., who's the chief of the Army's Chaplain Corps. And Hegseth and his team are now looking like they're going to try to fire Secretary of the Army, Dan Driscoll, because Hegseth is very jealous of this Driscoll guy who's like Vance's buddy. And Hegseth wants to see that guy gone. Now, this follows Admiral Alvin Halsey, who led Southcom. He stepped down. He was the Southcom chief. I mean, he is the top person, the top command of Southcom. You don't just resign. But he was asked to leave by Hegseth. And Halsey was objecting to Hegseth's war crimes in the Caribbean, where the United States military just blows up fishing boats that are off the coast of Venezuela. And as Zachary Cohen from CNN explains, tensions were simmering between Hegseth and Halsey for weeks. Hegseth did not believe Halsey was moving quickly aggressive enough to blow up the fishing boats in the Caribbean, and he wanted more people to die. He had this bloodlust. He wanted to see more people dead. And Halsey said, look, these are war crimes. We can't do this. Now, it should be noted that in 1938 to 1912, Adolf Hitler systematically downgraded Germany's military command structure, sidelined independent generals, abolished the war ministry, and then concentrated control under his command. He had like a Hegseth-type sycophant, ultimately making himself the supreme commander, a deliberate centralization of military power in his hands.
You know that moment when you're heading out the door and need something that looks polished without ironing or overthinking it? That's exactly why I wear Mizzen and Maine. I've been shopping with them for a while now, and honestly, once you try their
planning on using the military, in my opinion, after the term ends in order to try to stay in power. And he's trying to figure out how to do that now, while his approval is 33% and 30% on the economy. As Dan Lamuth previously wrote, according to an exclusive report published by the Washington Post, this was several months back, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Dan Kane, along with other senior officials at the Pentagon, were preparing a major plan to present to Hegseth, which would basically downgrade several of the U.S. armed forces, unified combatant commands, and they shift in the balance of power among its top generals as part of a consolidation that Hegseth wanted. If adopted, the plan would usher in some of the most significant changes at the military's highest ranks in decades, which would include reducing in prominence the headquarters of CENTCOM, European Com, EUCOM, U.S. African Command, AFRICOM, by placing them under the control of a new organization called U.S. International Command, Intercom. In addition, the plan calls for realigning Southcom and U.S. Northern Com, which oversees operations throughout the Western Hemisphere, under a combatant command known as AMERICOM. It's something they're still working on right now. And basically all of this would be controlled by Donald Trump, the way Hitler centralized these command structures. As Amy Siskin also writes, our military, right even now, the military sees what Trump's doing, and that's why, this was in the Wall Street Journal article recently. She's reposting the Wall Street Journal article that we've been talking about a while now, where you have military leaders trying to keep Donald Trump out of the Situation Room. He's just so erratic. He's so erratic. He wants to play war and dress up, and he wants to show how tough he's erratic. He gets scared, and it's really becoming deeply, deeply problematic. And it should be noted that even some of the generals that Trump's kept, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Dan Kane, by the way, he had to get a waiver to become the chairman of the Joint Chiefs because he didn't have the rank to become the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. But Donald Trump liked his name, Raising Kane. I'm going to make you my guy, right out of central casting. But even Kane, before the war in Iran started, or Trump's unlawful war in Iran started, he warned Donald Trump that an attack on Iran would be very problematic, that Iran would close the Strait of Hormuz, attack its neighbors, and that the U.S. would was lacking some of the critical munitions, and we would not get the support from our allies, and it would become a quagmire. And yes, they were absolutely right. So, as Shanaka Pereira explains, 26 generals and admirals in 14 months, no misconduct cited for a single one, a former Fox News weekend host who never held a senior military command, Pete Hegseth, has removed the Joint Chiefs Chairman, the Army Chief of Staff, the Commander of Army Transportation and Training, the Chief Chaplains, the head of Southcom, and at least 22 other senior officers from the most powerful military on earth. He also blocked 4 Army officers from promotion to brigadier general, 2 black men and 2 women, because he didn't want to promote black men or women, by unilaterally striking their names from a list of 36. When Army Secretary Dan Driscoll refused to remove them, Hegseth did it himself and then fired Randy George, who wanted to keep those individuals on the promotion list. Now he's trying to fire Dan Driscoll as well. And this is what Hegseth is doing. I want to share with you right now that clip I told you about. And this is Ben Hodges right here, retired Lieutenant General Ben Hodges. This is what he told me back in 2024. This is what he told me in 2024, so you can hear for yourself. And this was January. This is before the election. And, you know, he and I were having these types of conversations. Here, play this clip.
The thing that really pushed me over the edge on Mr. Trump was when I heard him talking about my generals and my judges, as if we were some third world country, that the judges and generals and other authorities all owed their fealty to whoever the dictator was. And I just can't imagine that the founding fathers intended that, you know, the president would have this kind of personal control over generals. But that's obviously how Mr. Trump thinks, and it's reprehensible.
You know, and then recently he talked about how the United States, having gotten rid of all of this great talent, all of these top generals, like our strategy is so outdated. Like, we have all these weapon systems, whether it's the Patriot or the THAAD systems, that cost hundreds of millions of dollars or billions of dollars, and each missile that's used to as air defense costs millions of dollars, sometimes tens of millions of dollars. And Iran's drones are like, the Shahed drones are like $20,000, and those FPV drones that they do the drone swarms are even cheaper than that. And so we're using $1 million missiles in order to stop $20,000 drones. And just think, if Iran sends decoys that aren't even armed, they can make them even cheaper. And so we're going to spend hundreds of millions of dollars, which we have, deplete our entire stockpile of missiles, trying to shoot down $20,000 Shahed drones that the Iranians are able to rebuild very, very quickly. Here's what Hodges says. Play this clip.
And then, of course, we're watching with our own 2 eyes what's happening in the Gulf region and how effective Iranian drones still are, and that here we are still launching Patriot against Shaheds versus, and then the president couldn't even be poised enough to say, you know, maybe Zelensky does have some cards, and let's accept his offer to help, instead of saying, no, we have the best drones already. I mean, that is not helpful.
And then you remember there was that moment where Democratic Congresswoman Madeleine Dean confronted MAGA Mike Johnson. This was a while ago. This was back in October of 2025. And she confronted MAGA Mike, and she's like, the president is unhinged. This is already in 2025. He's unwell. And Mike's like, a lot of folks on your side are unwell. She's like, did you see what he said to the generals? Like, did you see what went down when he spoke in front of all those generals? Here, let's play this clip.
The president is unhinged. He is unwell. What are you doing? A lot of folks on your side are too. I don't control. Oh my God, please. That performance in front of the generals, that I didn't see it. Is so dangerous. You know, I serve on foreign affairs and appropriations. Yes. It's the collision of those 2 things. Our allies are looking elsewhere. Our enemies are laughing. I just left. You have a president who is unwell.
And what she was referring to was that an event when Hegseth ordered all of the generals and admirals to go to Quantico where he like berated them, right? He wants it to be an eyeball to eyeball kind of conversation. Dan Lamuth reported at the time, and he did it to basically say, if you don't follow everything I do, get the hell out of here. I don't want you to be a general. And Hegset's an idiot. Hegset doesn't know what he's doing, and that's how they've crippled our great military right now. And so here was Donald Trump talking about when he was going to meet with the military, how he'll be meeting with the generals. You can play this clip.
This time. So I'm going over, I'm going to be meeting with generals and with admirals and with leaders. And if I don't like somebody, I'm going to fire him right on the spot.
Here's what he said in the Oval Office before that meeting back in October of 2025. Let's play it.
One thing they're concerned about, I mean, look, Republicans have total control of Washington. You guys have control of the House, the Senate, there's you.
Well, when you say control, so we need 60 votes for this, and we have 53 Republicans, so we need 7 Democrats.
And those 7 Democrats and others are asking for an extension of a tax credit on people who get the Affordable Care Act and some other government-backed health care. So are you willing to?
Well, what they're really asking for is they want to pay for illegal aliens that have come into our country by the millions and get onto the rolls, and they want to pay. And our people don't want to do that. Our people are taxed enough. You know, we just approved the largest tax decrease ever in the history of our country, including the extension of the previous Trump tax cuts. The tax cuts that we just approved, they want to use those tax cuts to give the money to illegal aliens, people that came into our country illegally and that are leaving the country. So there's been a self-deportation because of what we've been doing that's been incredible.
Here was his interaction with Vance. Let's play it.
Isn't it nice that people are coming from all over the world to be with us?
It's not particularly unusual that generals who report to the Secretary of War and then to the President of the United States are coming to speak with the Secretary of War. It's actually not unusual at all. And I think it's odd that you guys have made it into such a big story.
Is it a big story? I mean,
I don't think it is, sir.
I would think it's but isn't it a good story? I mean, we're respected from all over the world as a military force. I rebuilt the military during my first term, even though we gave a chunk of it away to Afghanistan. But we're talking to Afghanistan too, by the way, about Bagram and about that. But that's a very small amount compared to what we rebuilt it by.
Here's what Donald Trump had previously said about the military is bad. Our generals do such a bad job. They should be fired. During the election, I mean, this is what he was running on, that our generals are bad. Our military is bad. We had the strongest military in the world. Donald Trump was like, they're bad. Here, play this clip.
Why wouldn't they want to have a strong border? Why wouldn't they want to have good elections? Why wouldn't they want to have good schooling, so many different things? The military is bad. We have generals that do such a bad job, they never get fired. I mean, they should have been fired for.
And finally, with John Phelan being fired by Hegseth and that whole scene where Phelan runs to the White House and he's like, Donald, did you really fire me? And Trump's like, yeah, you're not building the battleships quick enough. Like, do you remember the press conference that Trump and Phelan had? Right, where they were talking about battleships and building Trump-class battleships. And that's what really Trump wanted. Here, play it.
This ship isn't just to swat the arrows. It is going to reach out and kill the archers. And for the first time in generations, we'll have a new leg in America's nuclear deterrence, because the Trump-class battleship will carry the nuclear-armed, sea-launched cruise missile. Striking dominance isn't all that the Trump-class battleship brings to the fight at sea. It has the size and capacity to serve as a flagship for our fleet commanders so that they can command and control naval forces far out to sea.
Well, there you have it, folks. Let me know what you think. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 7 million subscribers. Thanks, everybody, for watching.
New Midas merch. Head to store.midastouch.com today and get yourself the best pro-democracy gear and show your support. That's store.midastouch.com.
That's the sound of an American oil company hard at work.
I am joined by former CIA analyst, geopolitical commentator, and analyst Larry Johnson. Larry, good to see you again.
Hey, I'm here, and I'm glad you're up late in China.
Yeah, I am here in China, and I'm so glad to reconnect with you. Larry, I guess I wanted to just begin with the flurry of developments over the last day, I guess, or so, in the war in Iran. It's becoming very confusing. Maybe you could just begin with outlining where we are, because right now, Trump just said the United States controls the Strait of Hormuz. They boarded another ship, it appears. But then there's all this data coming out about Iran and how much oil they're actually able to ship out. It's quite a lot, not only out of the Strait of Hormuz, but into the global marketplace. Right. And of course, we have the whole, 3 to 5 days, ceasefire, we're going to get a deal, and then, this could go on forever and ever. What's going on, Larry, with this war? It seems like Donald Trump has kind of trapped himself in this, and the United States has, but I'm curious on what your assessment is of the situation so far.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Trump is trapped, and he's developing, the taco meme of Trump always chickens out is becoming quite prominent and prevalent. The deadline was Tuesday, and the Iranians had presented the United States with some very, specific, precise points about what they wanted, what they were willing to negotiate on. And the United States refused to accept those and introduce new conditions of its own. And Iran, sort of the breaking point was the sanctions were supposed to be lifted, and there was not to be a blockade. And Trump insisted that they'd go with a blockade. So Iran said, "Okay, we're not showing up. We're not going to participate." That then led Trump to when it was clear they weren't going to show, they weren't responding to U.S. Frantic U.S. messages talking. They'd send a message to the Pakistanis and call the Pakistanis. Have they answered yet? Sort of reminiscent of some teenager who's got a crush on a girl but can't talk to her directly and always just going through another friend trying to find out, did she say anything about me? Did she talk about me? So then Trump extended the ceasefire on the pretext that there's great division within the Iranian leadership, and on the premise that the Iranians have not presented a precise plan. Both of those are false. The 10-point plan is the 10-point plan. It doesn't get much more precise than that. And as far as splits within the leadership, sorry, but whether it's Ghalibaf, who's like the head of he's the speaker of their legislature, the head legislator, Arachi, the head of IRGC, they're all singing from the same sheet of music. So this blockade is, in many aspects, it's more symbolic. It's political theater for the United States. They get to show, look at our Marines landing on this tanker. We're taking it over. Well, nobody asked how many tankers have actually left the Gulf. Oh, that's numbers now like 40. Oh, and we've stopped how many? 3, maybe 4. So the United States does not have enough ships in the area to actually do a complete blockade, number one. Number two, they have to do it out in the Indian Ocean. They don't do it near the Strait of Hormuz because they could be hit with Iranian missiles. So, Iran is going to continue to work through this, but yet the policymakers and Trump is being told a pack of lies. And I don't think it's just a matter, Trump engages in what's called confabulation, where he says something that's an out and out lie, but he believes it's true. But others in his administration, they appear to be getting the same sort of nonsense. You hear Scott Bessent talking about it. Oh, we're we're going to crush the economy of Iran. They're going to run out of money. We're going to take Karg Island. All their oil wells are going to run dry because they can't pump oil because there's no place to store. All this is nothing but nonsense. And but the U.S. believes it, and they're hoping and hoping and hoping that somehow this so-called blockade is going to compel Iran to make concessions or surrender or change leadership or, some magical thing. It'll be just as effective as the U.S. blockade on Cuba has been for 66 years. Any minute now, those Cubans, boy, they're going to give up. But no, you're muted.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, thanks. I even saw recently, Larry, that Havana is starting to light up again with the assistance of Russia. So
Right.
that not even that blockade has been foolproof by any means. But President Trump has announced that the U.S. Navy needs to shoot down and kill any boat that's trying to mine the Strait of Hormuz. He's also said that he has total control over it, which is interesting. But this is the news that I wanted to ask you about. There's supposedly, this is Israeli media, of course we have to take with a grain of salt. Israeli media is saying that the Trump administration has outlined its next steps for the war if negotiations are not renewed, and that after the extended ceasefire expires, the United States would launch a military operation. This is what I find a real kicker, described as more intense than previous strikes, with the campaign expected to last several days before concluding. What do you think of this? I mean, what does this tell you, Larry, about the way that the United States, Israel, of course, those aggressors that are party to this war, how, what situation they're in right now? That's a very odd thing to leak out into the public, but your thoughts on it?
Well, first, let me say that this worrying about boats mining the Strait of Hormuz, they've already mined it. I mean, I was being told that they did a heavy saturation mining last week. So, that horse has already left the barn. So that's just, again, this is Trump pandering to the American public, trying to create a narrative, create an image. I'm in control. I'm acting. I'm doing important things. As far as the plans go, the United States, they are intact. They're going to hit power, power grids, power generating centers. They're going to target logistics. They're going to really try to hurt Iran. Iran knows that. And Iran, by the same token, is prepared to retaliate immediately once that starts. And so that's where this calculation of what the West is going to do isn't taking into account necessarily what Iran is going to do back to it. The U.S. presence, I wrote a piece last night outlining there are at least 15 bases, facilities where the U.S. Troops have operated. Some were under U.S. control. Some are under the control of the host nation, particularly in Saudi Arabia. The majority of those have been hit and significantly damaged to the point that the U.S. forces are not really able to be based there. This next go-round, I think, will wipe them all out. So that's Iran's goal is to be sure that the United States is not going to attack it again. Well, one way to do that is you wipe out all the U.S. bases, because then it makes it very difficult for the United States to launch any kind of attack, or at least you'd have ample warning that it was going to happen. So, they're going to carry on their campaign for days. Then what? They're hoping that Iran's going to plead, "Oh, stop it! We can't stand the pain." That's, look at what the Japanese endured during World War II. They suffered far more pain and damage than it was only when the Russians entered the then Soviet Union entered the war that they decided, okay, we surrender, we give up. So this is, as they take meaningless, albeit harmful military action, harmful in terms of costing lives and wounding human beings. The global economy, the situation on the global economy is getting worse. Just out of curiosity, when did you buy your plane tickets to go to China?
Oh, I actually bought them, but well before the February 28th. So I did not experience the massive price increases that are very obvious now. Trying to fly anywhere.
Yeah, the prices, my understanding, have tripled and quadrupled. Yeah, so those impacts are going to continue. Countries that rely upon import of oil, there's no more oil to be imported. That's now cut off in large measure. Or what is there available is going to be up $150 a barrel, $200 a barrel. So that it's going to be that economic issue that's going to really force Trump and his team to figure out what the hell they're going to do, because they recognize that if he keeps, he wants to take credit for keeping the Strait of Hormuz closed. Good. You're depriving the world of 20% of its oil, and 35% of its fertilizer, and 25% of its liquid natural gas, and God knows how much of its helium.
Tone, why should people join us on April 23rd through the 25th for the AI Advantage Summit?
Because I know.
Well, Larry, the reports are in that Iran is beginning to, accumulate and consolidate, get together these tolls that they've been instituting, that now they're collecting them for, use. And I want to ask you about, when it comes to Iran's overall strategy around the Strait of Hormuz, because we get a lot of misconceptions, I think, from the United States, from the Western media, about what Iran is actually doing and how Iran has actually done this. And I think it's really relevant now, given that the entire war is centered on this waterway, it seems like. And the Trump administration is claiming that not only does the United States now control it, but Iran's leadership is in complete disarray, and they don't know what they're doing, and that's why it's going to take a little while for a peace, any kind of real peace talks to happen and come into fruition to anything significant. So your thoughts on Iran's actual strategy here, given that it hasn't budged and now it's collecting the tolls in a significant way, and that is likely to have an impact, I'm guessing. But what's your thoughts?
Well, yeah, actually, the Strait of Hormuz is pretty unique when you put it in the global context. Like I've heard others, that Professor Jiang and Gordon Chung, they were on talking about, China could do that to the Malaccan Straits. It just shows they don't understand, because Iran doesn't need, if Iran didn't have a single boat, didn't have a single underwater drone, didn't have anybody stationed along the shore, they could still shut down the Strait of Hormuz, because they've got short-range ballistic missiles, they've got coastal defense cruise missiles, and they have drones. And all they have to do is tell people it's closed. If you try to go through there, we're going to hit you. And so that's where you say, well, we got to solve this militarily. Good luck with that. Because the only way you could really solve that militarily is you would have to have a ground force land and move inland 100 to 200 miles inland, because some of those missiles have that range and more. So if you're going to actually control it and shut down that kind of threat. Now, 40 years ago, during the Iraq, the U.S.-sponsored, U.S.-funded, U.S.-supported war of Iraq on Iran, the Iranians tried to mine the Persian Gulf and mine the Strait of Hormuz. And at that time, U.S. minesweepers could come through, clear up the mines, because there was no danger of them getting shot at with a drone or a cruise missile or a short-range ballistic missile, because Iran didn't have that in its arsenal, didn't have that capability. Well, they do now. And Trump was just out claiming that, U.S. minesweepers are working in the Strait of Hormuz. No, they're not. It's just a lie. I mean, good Lord, the man can't stop it. And some attribute it to the prefrontal dementia, which, that the prefrontal lobe dementia. I'm not a physician, but I do see symptoms of very odd, strange behavior and how he talks and what he says, etc. So, Strait of Hormuz it's closed, and Iran. I don't think when they first closed it, I don't think they had actually thought through the full strategy. They planned this out. I think it's sort of growing upon them, saying, "Hey, man, what we got the world in a chokehold." And so trying to figure out the policy. And I think part of the policy is, hey, if you're on the friends and family program, you're not going to pay as much and your ship gets to come in and out. If you're not on the friends and family program, you're going to pay a stiff fee, and you're going to pay it in Chinese yuan. You're not going to pay it in US dollars. So this is really upended the international financial world as well. So the full weight and consequences of this act of closing the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, it's we're now on week 8. Let's see, we got 23 and 31. That's 50, 54, and 50. Yeah, so we're 2 days shy of 8 weeks.
Yeah. And this war continues to morph and change character to a degree, but overall, we continue to see Iran remain firm in whatever form it has to take, in the United States, more and more so looking very chaotic, very desperate in its movements. And I wanted to ask you, Larry, given what you just said about the minesweepers, that they're absolutely, they can't be operating there, and in large part, the reason why they can't be operating the Strait of Hormuz is because they would be attacked. They would have to. I mean, Iran has already attacked in the last couple of days. Ships that were trying to break the new regime, the rules, and they've docked a few of those. I think 2 out of the 3 boats they docked. So there's a report, Larry, in the CBS News. I don't know if you saw it, that says Iran's military is more capable than the Trump administration is publicly acknowledging. The sources that they use are saying that get the 60% of the naval arm of the IRGC is still in existence. So this is CBS News talking about this. Help us understand how, first of all, why is this information coming out now? And help us understand how it's actually affecting decision making, because yes, we are here in the 8th week, and we are now into more than a second week of ceasefire kabuki theater kind of thing.
Well, when that that's a leak of government information. That's a leak of intelligence, and that's a sign that there are people within either the policy community who have access to that intelligence, or people within the intelligence community that they want that information out, and the information is to help start painting the other narrative. That's been a long practice in Washington, D.C. When you got policy disagreements, then information that's classified leaks, because it's been put out to help change the argument, change the perspective. The amount of lying and self-deception, though, that goes on in D.C. it's truly staggering. And the one example with respect to Iran is this notion that, their leadership is fractured, the IRGC is running everything, the civilians have no input. No, it's just not true. But the West pushes that out there, I guess, to try to justify, well, this is why we can't get anything done, not admitting that the reason we're not willing to make any concessions that would make sense. No, we're going to blame it on them if they're disorganized and chaotic. This is not confined. This phenomena, this kind of spin, is not confined to Iran. We saw it, good God, yesterday, day before, with an article by Seymour Hersh. Now, Sy has been a friend of mine for, good God, 50, going on 43 years. And he's not real happy with me these days because I've called him out on his articles. His articles are complete horse shit. And this latest one, he claims that the Russian army is incompetent and hasn't made any advances in 2 years. And you're going, what? They've gone so slow. You know, the Soviets conquered the Germans in 4 years, and then Russia can't conquer Ukraine in 4 years. And say, okay, if that's going to be our standard, then let's apply it evenly across the board. What the hell happened to the United States in Afghanistan? 20 years, and failed to defeat the Taliban. So you know what, Sy, shut the hell up. At least develop. You know, he's old. He's lost his critical thinking skills. He's just being spoon-fed and taking what he's getting. But the point was, they portray Russia in a way that is just simply not true. And the problem with that is, if I keep telling you lies about something and then you act on those lies, well, then I'm actually helping you make a mistake or put yourself at risk, and that's exactly what's happening to the United States. These lies about Iran, the lies about Russia, are leading to decisions that are both weakening and endangering the United States and its citizens.
Yeah, those are great points, Larry. And maybe now you can help us understand what exactly CBS could be talking about here, because it's so interesting to witness a sitting U.S. president and administration that continues to claim Iran has been obliterated. Now claims that the leadership is in disarray, and yet is only really at this moment waging a blockade in its overall posture toward Iran, and was the one that stopped hostilities. They stopped. It was the United States that called the ceasefire. So the United States that's been calling on Iran for ceasefire for a long time now during this period. So what exactly do you believe the U.S. is hesitating about? It's obvious that there's a big portion of the administration that is very much interested in continuing this war, or we wouldn't be in this position.
So let me talk a little bit about the intelligence process. And so, like when I was an analyst, I rarely dealt with public media. I didn't even read what stories were being published in the Washington Post, the New York Times. My task was answering the question: Will the Honduran government, that was somewhat civilian controlled, but always under the threat of a military coup, and there was always a lot of jockeying back and forth between these factions in the Honduran military, will they continue to support U.S. policy? That was the critical issue. And so how did I cover that? Well, I had to rely upon cables and messages sent from State Department, from the embassy in Tegucigalpa back to State Department. Then we relied upon if there was any human sources that CIA had, what they were saying, and those were published in a CIA message. They were called TDs. It goes back to the original days of CIA when they stood for telegraphic distribution, TD. Well, it's now, digitally released. Then you'd have intercepts of conversations, intercepts of messages. This was in the days before real text messaging and email became prominent. So I'm a dinosaur in that regard. But so you have to look at all of that and evaluate. Okay, what's going on? what's their motives? The idea would be to have somebody who was, let's say, part of the president of Honduras, his chief of staff or somebody, so you knew exactly what he was thinking, exactly what he was being told. But if you don't have that, then you have to start doing some reading tea leaves. And always with hanging in the back of your mind, the recognition that some of this information you're getting may have been deliberately provided to deceive you. We saw that in bucket loads prior to the invasion of Iraq in 2003, where there was deliberate information about, quote, Saddam's weapons of mass destruction, particularly chemical weapons, that were being told. What the American people were not told at the time is that the stockpile of chemical weapons Saddam had acquired came from us, the United States. We're the ones who purchased and provided the precursor chemicals that were used to construct those chemical weapons. We were the ones who provided Saddam with intelligence on where to launch those attacks. So we knew a lot more about it than what was being led on, but we created this false public narrative. So, let's jump ahead now to how do we know what's going on within the Iranian leadership? Well, ideally, we'd have intelligence assets on the inside. We do not. I'm 100% convinced we do not. Otherwise, we wouldn't be saying and acting in such a ridiculous way. So we rely upon what's called liaison reporting. Well, liaison reporting means we're getting information from the Israelis. And the Israelis keep saying, we got this great source. We know exactly what's going on. They provide us that information. Who are we to argue with the Israelis? So this is a way that you can manipulate the intelligence process to create an outcome. Someone like Israel can manipulate it. And the United States will go along with it. So that's where I come down on what I do is I have to go with public statements. So I look at what is the civilian president, what's Pezeshkian saying, what is the foreign minister Arakshi saying, what's the head of the IRGC saying, what is the head of the legislature saying, and you go, they're all saying basically the same thing. They're not calling each other, insulting names and questioning each other's mother's sexual history. No, they're saying, basically laying out about, they're all on board. So they're singing from the same sheet of music. So that's where, when I hear Trump say something like this tells me that either that's what he wants to believe and he's making it up, or they've actually been receiving intelligence from Iran, about Iran from Israel, that's painting this picture, and they're buying it.
Larry, why is Trump...
Can we pause just for a second?
Yeah.
My boss is calling.
All right. Yeah, while Larry's doing that, I definitely want to discuss now. There's this, it seems like ceasefire kabuki theater, and all kinds of messages, mixed messages being sent by Trump himself, his administration, about what kind of deadline is now being held over Iran's head with regard to settling this conflict, resuming peace talks. First, Larry, or at least recently, it's 3 to 5 days. And then Carolyn Leavitt came out today and said, oh, no, there's no deadline, no timetable, which could mean a few things. And now with this report that the U.S. is planning strikes if Iran doesn't come back, but doesn't come back to the table, but it could mean a couple of things. It could mean that the United States, it doesn't want to have to act in a certain short period of time by placing kind of its own ultimatum and Iran calling its bluff. Or it could mean that, truthfully, this war seems to be one that the United States actually wants to end, that it wants to get out of it, but can't. What do you make of this switch from 3 to 5 days? And it's been happening ever since the initial ceasefire was set to expire. we had so much theater around, oh, is Vance going to go to Islamabad? Or he was going, didn't go. And now we have, oh, well, Trump is saying everything's all good. We're going to go talk to Iran very soon, and it's going to be great. And then you have Carolyn Levitt saying, well, no, this could go on for a long time, either because we don't want to act right away, or perhaps they want to continue the war for a long time. It's hard to know which one. But your thoughts on this?
Well, again, it's just a simple matter of sitting down and doing some critical thinking about what's going on. Ask yourself a number of questions. Which country, within 10 days of starting the war, was asking for a ceasefire? Was it Iran, or was it Israel? Well, or the United States. And in this case, it was the United States. And it has been the United States throughout. We've seen no evidence whatsoever of Iran saying, oh my God, we can't stand the pain. In fact, what we see is the opposite of people coming out into the streets every night in Tehran and in other cities around Iran in support of the government. In fact, when they got to the end of the ceasefire, they were jubilant. The Iranians were jubilant. So, they see that they correctly understand that they are fighting this global superpower to a standstill. Not only to a standstill, to a point that it is actually harming the United States. So then you have to step back and say, okay, who has what military options? Iran is in a defensive position. It's always better to fight from a defensive position because you can minimize casualties, and it forces the other side to expend more resources. And in this case, we have the reality of the limits of U.S. military power. Now, people say, "Oh, what are you talking about? We got the this $1.5 trillion budget for the Department of Defense. We got the Army, the Navy, the Marine Corps, the Air Force. Nobody can match us in the world." It's not about how expensive your army is and how our military is, how much money you spend on it, but you have to step back and say, okay, what can it actually do? Take the Navy. What can the Navy do with respect to getting close to Iranian shores? Well, we found out, not just here, but we found out 8 months ago off the coast of Yemen that the Navy has limitations. It got driven out of the Red Sea by the Houthis. And now we see that the Abraham Lincoln got like within 200 miles of the Iranian coast and was getting shellacked with drones and missiles. Took some damage, reportedly, according to Trump. And it retreated, had to back off.
That was funny, actually, the way he did it, too.
Yeah. So it had to retreat out to 700 miles off the coast. Well, once you do that, you've immediately limited the effect of your air power off that carrier. That was the original purpose, was to bring air power closer to shore without you having to actually seize an airfield. Well, so now the Navy is limited in what it can do because the weapon systems that the United States or that Iran has can actually destroy our ships. We had that actually. That happened 40 years ago, in the Persian Gulf, when we were supporting Iraq against Iran, and an Iraqi pilot fired an Exocet missile, or a couple of Exocet missiles against the USS Stark, thinking it was an Iranian ship, killed a bunch of, about 19 U.S. sailors. The Iraqis apologized profusely, but then after that, Iraq got pissed off at the CIA because the CIA was also providing weapons to Iran during the whole Iran-Contra business. And so they insisted that going forward, they would only deal with U.S. military personnel for delivering intelligence. And that's where my friend and deceased mentor, Pat Lang, came in. Pat was the one who hand carried all that intelligence. So, but our ability back then, we could penetrate the Gulf. Now we can't. So the Navy's limited. The Army, how are you going to put a ground force in there? They talk about, U.S. is got 50,000 troops. We invaded Iraq in 2003, a country that is 1/4 the size of Iran. Let's understand, 1/4. And we had 165,000 troops. We were able to gather them, place them along the border of Iraq in both Kuwait and Saudi Arabia. You can't do that today because Iran has this thing called ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, and drones, which can just devastate any concentration of troops. So the point is, we're now faced with the limits of U.S. military power. And all we can do is drop bombs, and that, frankly, that's not as devastating as we lead ourselves to believe. So instead, they're ginning up all these photo ops. Both it's more important to sell it to the American public. Y'all see, we're really being effective. When in fact, I'm getting some memes being sent to me by active duty military, just hilarious, but they're not complimentary. In fact, let me just the latest one is 2 Iraqi soldiers with this is drawn, but one of them's got his hand on Donald Trump's shoulder and saying, "We aren't reopening shit, bro."
Right. I saw that one. That's a great one. Well, where to even continue? Well, I wanted your thoughts on this because it's been bothering me a lot. There's been a lot made of the George W. Bush, the next aircraft carrier. What is it? Is that the last one? I don't know, but it's another aircraft carrier is heading to the region.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of the reports have been saying, Larry, that this will mean that now the George W. Bush, Abraham Lincoln, and the Gerald Ford will all be in the region and active. But last time I checked, the Gerald Ford wasn't active right now because of the major repairs it needs. So what kind of difference does sending the George W. Bush now over to the region, what difference does it make, if anything at all?
Little. I mean, it's more symbolic for us. If nothing else, it puts one more grossly expensive asset at risk. Again, it'd be one thing if these aircraft carriers could get in close to, get within 100 miles of the Iraqi coast, the Iranian coast. Then, there are aircraft they can launch because the aircraft have a combat radius of about 500, maybe 600 miles. So, if they fly out 100, that means they can fly inland of another 200. And then they got to turn around and head back in order to get to the ship or to get refueled. But again, if you bring air refuelers there within 100 miles of the coast, they also are vulnerable to being shot down. And in just the first, until we went to ceasefire 2 weeks ago. So basically, after 5 weeks of war, we lost like 48 aircraft, a significant amount. Just the ones that were lost on the recovery of that systems weapons officer from the F-15 that got shot down south of Isfahan. That was the total cost of all that aircraft was like $480 million. So, what we're talking about, we're talking maybe we've had $3 billion worth of aircraft losses. Yeah, that's significant.
My name is Whitney Allen. I'm a widow, and my husband Ryan died when he was 35 years old.
Yeah, for sure. And Larry, maybe we can get into some of the global shifts and consequences of all of what we've been talking about. According to recent reports, an estimated 10.7 million barrels of Iranian oil have passed through the Strait of Hormuz from the 13th to the 21st. This is by, I believe, for Texa, which is taking this data. Reuters reported this, and and a lot of this is going to China. And so I want your assessment of how Iran's lack of, I guess, capitulation toward this blockade, and how effective this blockade actually is, and what kind of effect is this having on the world situation, and of course the geopolitical shifts that fall within it.
Well, yeah, it goes back to the original blockade put in place by Iran. The disruption. Let's use the tsunami as an example. The Hollywood version of a tsunami is somebody sitting there on the beach, and all of a sudden you got this wall of water rushing at you. But the reality of it, as we saw in Thailand, is it starts with all of the water withdrawing into the sea, and it appears calm. There's no commotion, nothing that would alarm you, and then all of a sudden it starts rushing back in, and then as it's rushing, all of a sudden it becomes so quick you don't have time to react. I think that's the proper model to look at what's happened by blocking the Strait of Hormuz, and that you're disrupting the supply of oil, liquid natural gas, urea for fertilizer, helium, sulfuric acid, etc. That as a result of all this, the supply chain, what was already in motion on the sea, it was still moving out there, and people were receiving it in ports. In the case of the oil, unless they had a firm contract to deliver at a certain price, I guess they had to pay I know Singapore had to pay like $221 a barrel at one point. But anyway, once all that starts offloading, there's no full ships behind that en route coming. So then you've got a problem. And that's where shortages start and rationing starts. And then it has a cascading effect all down the supply line. And, the things that like if you solve with air travel, it's already been affected. They're having to ration flights. Lufthansa is talking about canceling 20,000 flights by October. You're going to see, with the dramatic cost of airfare going up, people that used to take vacations, they're not going to take vacations now. So fewer vacations, you've got the entire, hotel industry, restaurant industry, car rentals. So again, the effects here, and these are superficial compared to people that they're not going to be able to harvest enough food. So you've got a direct impact on the food supply, and you just can't magically produce food. So there will be starvation, and there will be rioting, and there will be political unrest around the globe. So we haven't even begun to see the full effects of this.
Mm-hmm. And in your opinion, Larry, a lot of this may already be unavoidable, it seems, given that what happened cannot be taken back. What has happened over the last
you can't. It's like let's say that they get a peace agreement tomorrow, and say, okay, never mind, we didn't mean it, we're sorry. Let's all be friends. It's not all going to get turned back on. The damage to some of the infrastructure in the Gulf Arab countries they're talking months, if not years, to repair. Particularly with respect to the liquid natural gas and aluminum. Aluminum production was another one that was severely hurt. So then we've got the weather effects that are going to come into play. I don't know how many of the people that listen to you or watch you have ever had the pleasure of visiting Qatar or Bahrain or Saudi Arabia or United Arab Emirates. But yeah, as long as you're in one of those fancy buildings in Dubai it looks great, but the weather already it's starting to turn, but by mid-May, it is like you'd rather go sit inside a pizza oven that's on full blast. I mean, it is blistering hot. So if this conflict restarts and basically the power grids are taken out in those Gulf Arab states, you're going to see a massive population evacuation. You can't survive in that kind of heat without air conditioning and potable water. Iran's not in that situation. Iran has mountains, snow-covered mountains that Professor Morandi was commenting on the other day. And you remember we were talking about how the massive water shortage that Iran was facing previously, that they're going to have to evacuate Tehran. That's over. It looks like the U.S. may have been trying to manipulate, using cloud seeding and other things, manipulate the weather to try to create arid conditions in Iran. But those sites apparently have been destroyed. And guess what? You've got lots of rain, lots of water in Tehran right now.
And, in the last 10 minutes or so, maybe a shy under that we have here, Larry, maybe we can talk about who's made out. Do we have who's made out as a winner of all this so far? Because we have many mainstream media reports talking about China being a big winner of everything that's gone on here. The New York Times even had a number by the Iran war by the numbers. Doesn't look good for the United States. There's been recent reports of the U.S.'s own massive depletion of its air defense interceptors, the THAADs, the Patriots having been depleted 50+% just in 8 weeks or so. Which kind of makes sense. When I was thinking about it, I was like, okay, well, 12 days, 20% of just Israel's were depleted. And then if you expand that to include the United States, the whole region, the Gulf, and, Israel itself, then, 50+% sounds about right. So, but who's made out as a winner here? Has Russia and China made out as a winner of all this, or is it more complicated than this?
Well, let's start with the Donald Trump metrics. We've destroyed all their Air Force. We've destroyed all their Navy. We've killed all their top leadership. Therefore, we win. Except with all that damage that that the United States has inflicted on Iran, has it caused the Iranians to change their policy? Has it caused them to surrender? Has it caused them to acquiesce to Western demands? And the answer on that is no. And as the United States, as a result of this action, has it strengthened? Has it attracted more support in the world from other countries? No. In fact, we've seen particularly with Spain and Italy, they're telling the United States basically to screw off. You're not going to use our territory to launch any attacks on Iran. And, that's creating, as they said in Star Wars, a disturbance in the force. Look at it from Iran's standpoint. Yeah, they've suffered some significant losses, and you can never replace people. New people can step into positions of leadership, but there's no going back on that. They suffered those losses. They've suffered physical damage to some key infrastructure, but they have also inflicted massive damage on the United States military. It's something that nobody thought possible, including the U.S. military. They assumed that their THAAD and Patriot systems would be sufficient to thwart any Iranian attack. That failed. Then on top of it, Iran has, depleted Israel's air defense system. Israel does not have an intact air defense system now, even after 2 weeks of pause in fighting. They may got a few more, scraped together a couple more Patriot missiles or THAAD missiles, but nothing in any quantity that could withstand a missile attack of, say, 200 missiles. They'd be completely overwhelmed. China's position and Russia's position both are strengthened now relative to that of the United States. China, by virtue that people that once would take all their money and pour it into the United States because they said, "Oh my God, we don't know what's going to happen here," and they'd be nervous. Instead, they're putting it in China, and China is selling bonds through the Deutsche Bank in Germany. They're called panda bonds. So they're turning out to be benefiting financially from this. The West exaggerates China's dependence on oil. Yes, it imports a lot of oil from the Persian Gulf, or did, because it's a big ass. It's really the largest world economy. But the last number I saw was, in terms of its total energy needs, that oil only accounts for 15%. I'm not saying that's insignificant, but it's not in the realm of, boy, if that's cut off, we're going to die territory. Similarly, Russia, who was before under the sanctions regime, was selling oil at a discount to people like India at $47 a barrel. Now everybody needs what it has, and it's selling it at $97 a barrel. The same with liquid natural gas, and it's also it is the world's largest supplier of fertilizer. So people have to come hat in hand to Russia on that front. So, yeah, this is in terms of did this strengthen the West or strengthen the new global South, the new BRICS? It's strengthened BRICS in the global South.
Yeah. Well, my final question, Larry, as we head out of here then is, do you foresee the United States restarting the hostilities, the attacks, strikes on Iran again in the coming, days ahead? Given that this now, after almost, after 5+ weeks of war in Iran, the landscape just looks so much different now. Do you see that there is a possibility the United States tries to re-engage in the way that it had prior to the ceasefire?
Yes. No, I think even despite what Trump's saying in public, there is some desperate moves by the United States behind the scenes to try to re-engage. The Pakistanis somehow get the Iranians back to the table. And the Iranians make clear, we got our demands. We told you what we want. Lift the damn blockade, lift the sanctions, unfreeze the assets, for starters. It's something that the U.S. could do that would not damage U.S. national security interests. But because of Donald Trump's ego and coupled with his own mental deterioration, I don't think they would do that. They should do that. I don't think they would. But if they do that, yes, then we're going to be on the road to getting a negotiated settlement. But it's still the economic damage that's been done. The full impact will be going through this year into next. But if they don't do that, and the war renews, then the potential for a global economic depression is real. And that's what I think we'll be facing.
Yeah. And recently, maybe to close on your comments on this, recently I was asked, was there anyone in the beginning of before the war started, before the strikes, was there anyone who was not wanting this within the military brass, within the Pentagon? And then the question, became, well, wouldn't if there were anyone that opposed this, wouldn't they try their best to stop it from happening again, from restarting?
Well,
so your assessment on that?
I mean, we know that Trump was warned not to do it by, or discouraged from doing it by J.D. Vance. Even John Ratcliffe supposedly weighed in on that front, Marco Rubio. But Trump did it anyway. So now it's just a matter of a question of can Donald Trump turn around and admit he was wrong? I doubt that. Again, we're dealing with someone. He's not only is a pathological narcissist, but now he's an impaired pathological narcissist. It would be helpful if the people around him could actually wrest the control, make the decisions. But to be realistic, I don't think that'll happen. I hope I'm wrong. That pragmatism will finally prevail, but that hasn't always been a popular thing in Washington D.C. People don't get rewarded for being pragmatic.
Yeah, and quickly, just some super chats here as we head out. Someone wanted to ask me, Chili Pepper wanted me to ask Larry what Naver.
So let's take a listen to that conversation now. Joining me now to discuss is retired U.S. Army Colonel Douglas Macgregor, a defense and foreign policy analyst and former Pentagon advisor. Colonel Macgregor, thanks so much for taking the time to join me.
Sure.
Yeah, great to have you back on the show. Now, I want to get your take on the latest here, as I know that President Trump just announced in a statement on Truth Social that he has ordered the U.S. Navy to, quote, shoot and kill any boat that is putting mines in the waters of the Strait of Hormuz without hesitation. Now, this comes as we continue to see tensions escalate in the region, with Iran seizing multiple vessels attempting to cross the Strait of Hormuz this week, and U.S. forces seizing a tanker carrying Iranian oil in the Indian Ocean. So as we make our way up the escalation ladder, how do you see the current state of this conflict?
I think that's an important question, and what the true state of the conflict is depends upon your vantage point. From the Iranian vantage point, they have accepted the fact that we are not prepared to negotiate with them. Now, people say, well, no, we're offering to negotiate. No, we've never negotiated. We've shown up and presented Mr. Netanyahu's demands and insisted that they accept the demands. That's not negotiation. When they last went to Islamabad, they showed up with 70 people, and they had lots of data and material, and they were prepared for a serious negotiation to end the conflict and to develop an alternative way forward. We were not. We simply showed up and repeated Mr. Netanyahu's talking points. So what do we have now? One person this morning said, well, the ceasefire that Donald Trump has declared is open-ended. In other words, it's indefinite until such time he decides to attack. But then I received information recently from some people on the inside saying that we could attack as soon as Saturday or Sunday. So I think the Iranians are prepared for whatever happens, and they don't pay very much attention to anything we say. And as far as the Strait of Hormuz is concerned, I think these statements of shooting someone that's putting mines in the water, it's an expression of desperation. The mines that are there. We have very few ways to remove them. The mine clearing ships that we have are ancient. That's a blind spot for the Navy that has always wanted to put its money into capital ships. In other words, service combatants, not really in small things like minesweeping. For that, we relied on our NATO allies, primarily the British. The British ship minesweeper didn't make it down to the Gulf. It broke down halfway and had to be returned to Great Britain. So I think that's just another meaningless statement by President Trump. The Iranians did, in fact, board some vessels that had not coordinated with them and tried to make it through the strait without doing whatever it is that the Iranians want them to do. We have been boarding vessels ostensibly for the purpose of stopping Iran from doing business. This is going to go on until there is something that breaks the deadlock. And I think the two sides, especially the Iranian side, holds all the initiative. The Iranians are in charge. We've got the wrong force for the wrong mission in the wrong place at the wrong time. We can't open that strait physically with our military power. It cannot be done. That's the difficulty.
Yeah, and it's what you're saying that I feel like Donald Trump needs to be listening to, right? Because I'm looking at him and going, okay, who is in your ear? Who is making you think that we have all of these capabilities? And yeah, we get all of these meaningless statements on social media. But when you look at what Trump has done so far, I mean, he set at least 5 deadlines for Iran, and he has then extended every single one despite Iran not complying with his demands. And it has become clear no matter how the US and Israel escalate, Iran has options to retaliate at every turn, and their retaliation is going to be much more painful for the region. So where does that leave the Trump administration when it comes to their options? And what are your concerns about Trump acting out as he seems to be increasingly backed into a corner here?
Well, he is. He's caught between being humiliated on a national and international level, almost regardless of what he does, largely as a function of his own big mouth. He's made so many ridiculous policy statements, he can't retreat from them. We went through this before with people like Lyndon Baines Johnson, did the same thing in Vietnam. And ultimately, what did he do? He had to resign. He couldn't run again for office. I think President Trump is on the OBJ train, to be frank. This is a train going at high speed to nowhere. Now, the rest of the world is watching this. And of course, the rest of the world is dealing with some harsh realities that will eventually reach us, but not for quite a while. But the rest of the world is facing, in the very near future, famine. Simply because 50% of the fertilizer that the global south uses is coming out of the Persian Gulf, and it's not coming. I looked at the prices of fertilizer this morning in India, and they have more than doubled. So India is already rationing various kinds of fuel, certainly the cooking fuel that Indian housewives use. But this problem that they have right now with fertilizer is going to hit them very hard when it comes to food. So I guess if you're an Indian housewife, a Japanese housewife, a Korean housewife, these things are starting to strike your kitchen. So they've got real problems. And I think these leaders are very frustrated with President Trump because he's not listening. He's not paying attention to it. And he doesn't seem to have the presence of mind to understand that the easiest way to end this disaster right now is to come out and publicly say, look, on humanitarian grounds, I've got to end this. There is no other solution at this stage. So we are disengaging. That's what you should say. We're disengaging because the world needs access. And we're going to turn to some intermediaries in the hopes that we can resolve our differences with Iran in the future. And that could be done, but there's a problem. The problem is called Israel and the Israel lobby and its agents in the United States that surround Donald Trump. I say that's a big problem. Of course, Donald Trump's ego is a huge problem. I mean, admitting that this doesn't work, that goes against the grain for him. Remember, he's the man that lives and dies by Roy Cohn's rules, which is deny, 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 attack, 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 and then twist anything that happens into evidence for your victory. So that goes against the grain for him. But the intelligent thing to do is exactly what I said. But if he does, well, then what does Mr. Netanyahu do, and what do his agents in the United States threaten the president with? I assume that they've got tremendous leverage for reasons other than President Trump's personal love for Israel. So that means what happens? I think his predisposition is to escalate. And I'm afraid that will happen. And then this is the real disaster, because we could recover in the next 2-3 years from what's happened in the Gulf thus far. If we ended this now, pulled out, and said we're going to find a different way forward, open up the traffic, stop this ridiculous blockade. I mean, this is kind of silly. I don't know what we're kidding ourselves about. We only have a few ships. You know, when we blockaded Cuba, we called it a quarantine. We had 180 ships at sea. The quarantine reached all the way out into the North Atlantic. We don't have that many ships, and we put a lot of ships in there, but it's still an enormous area. And the other thing is that because of the precision-guided weapons that Iran has, its missiles and its drones, we're 500 or 600 miles away from the Gulf. So one wonders, as long as we're forced out that far, just how much can we actually control? We haven't even seen the Houthis go into action yet. And that could still happen. So the smart thing to do is what I said before, be honest and say for the interests of the world, which he's completely ignored, by the way, the interests of his friends, his allies, we need to end this, and we're going to disengage, and we're going to look for another way. But I don't think that'll happen. So that means he's going to attack. And if he attacks, well, then Iran is left with very little choice, because our approach to Iran is to destroy Iran. That's what Americans need to understand. That's what Israel demands of us. And that is what President Trump has promised to deliver to Israel. Not just Israel, but also Israel's agents in the United States. And most important, their financial agents all over the world, particularly in the city of London and New York City. So he's got to deliver the destruction of Iran. That means that what we do next would be aimed at that outcome. Now, I don't think that's possible, simply because Iran is too big, has too many people in it. It's beyond our ability, but that's the goal. I mean, what have we been talking about? Internal unrest, overthrow the government. Well, that didn't go very well. Regime change, decapitation strikes, assassinations, that hasn't worked. Now they're claiming, well, nobody in Iran knows who's in charge. No, that's not true. The Iranians have very definitely a unified military command structure. Everyone that has been killed is being quickly replaced. They've been prepared for everything. So that's just a lot of nonsense. And I guess it's Carolyn Levitt that keeps repeating that nonsense every day per Trump's instructions. So I guess we're waiting around to see which way we will go. I fear that we'll go the wrong way. And then that means Iran will destroy everything on the west coast of the Persian Gulf. You may not see anything there for a decade. And the world will not ultimately condemn Iran for doing what it's doing. They'll condemn us for pushing them into it. That's what I think a lot of people don't understand. We've demonized Iran in the West. The rest of the world doesn't see Iran in those terms.
Yeah, that's the interesting part about it, too, is that exactly as you're saying there, Iran has given the U.S. a pathway to open the Strait of Hormuz to allow traffic through. Yes, it's under Iranian control. It's, paying the tolls that they want in the currency that they want, but they've given Trump the possibility for an off-ramp. And instead of taking it, he doubles down on the blockade and then just keeps escalating further and further. And exactly as you're describing there, if the ceasefire ends, the U.S. attacks again, Israel attacks again, Iran is going to continue to escalate with its retaliation. That's bad for Israel when it comes to the state of their country and the overall axis of resistance that is targeting them. I mean, before the ceasefire, we saw coordinated attacks coming from Lebanon and from Iran and even from Yemen targeting Israel. That's just going to continue to escalate. So when you look at Netanyahu's strategy here and this grand idea that we are going to destroy Iran, well, you may create some destruction, but that's not without destroying Israel in the process. So how do you view kind of the position that Israel is in, that the U.S. establishment is in, and really what they're pushing for here?
Well, you're spot on. I said very early on that my greatest fear, at least at the outset, was that Israel had set this machine in motion with 7 October. 7 October could have been avoided. The Israelis were aware of what was coming. They made a decision not to respond for several hours. They wanted to have something that would justify the subsequent ethnic cleansing, mass murder, and deportation exercise in Gaza, which they want to replicate now in southern Lebanon and, of course, on the West Bank. All of this is part of this greater Israel project that we've signed on to bankroll and support. Again, none of this makes any sense for us. We have no interest in that, but it doesn't make any sense. If you don't sign on for it, then you're instantly an anti-Semite and all this other business. I think that's wearing thin now. More and more people are getting past that. But Israel is in a very difficult position because there are 2 states in the region, real states, as opposed to these things in the Arabian Peninsula, which, just like Israel, they're all artificial constructs. These oil emirates and so forth, they're not real. And the 2 real states that Israel should be concerned about right now are Turkey on the one hand, or Turkey, which is what the Turks want us to say, and Egypt. So you've got the Egyptians and the Turks, who, frankly speaking, are on the edge of joining the conflict. And I think the longer this lasts and the weaker Israel becomes, and the more tenuous their position becomes, the more likely, once it's obvious that Iran is not going to be defeated and can do enormous damage, I would not be surprised to see both Egypt and Turkey enter the fray. And that would finish off Israel, let's be frank. There's some real questions now. Lots of Israelis have fled to other places, Cyprus, Greece, Greek islands, some even to Serbia. Some are headed down to Argentina, I guess, which is now being billed as the New Jerusalem. But the bottom line is how many people are going to come back, and how will they live in the region after the war is over? They've already essentially told all of their neighbors that they're subhuman and deserve the worst. If you tell everybody that you're subhuman and you don't deserve to live, eventually they pay attention to you, they listen to you, especially when you start killing them. So could another government come to power in Israel that could smooth these things over? And could Israel become a normal state that lives within the framework of the region? I don't know. I think it's doubtful. So Mr. Netanyahu has put himself and his country into the position of all or nothing. Either we destroy Iran for them, they reign supreme, they establish with our military power permanent Jewish supremacy over the region, or they go under. And I think that's kind of the attitude right now. I think it's unfortunate, but I think that's where they are.
Yeah, and it's crazy to think about this quest for power, this quest for the greater Israel project, and how it is going to lead to their inevitable destruction, and yet they keep pursuing it anyway. And speaking of destruction, when we look at the US and the options that it has, I know there has been a lot of conversation about the possibility of an attempt at ground troops in Iran, whether that's through some sort of special operation, trying to seize Karg Island. These conversations have been around for weeks. We did have that very confusing operation or attempt at it in the Isfahan region just a few weeks ago. So how do you see the position that the US is in, and what it could be considering when it comes to resuming this war and trying to target Iran again?
Well, I think there's real interest in two things. First of all, if there's any tangible, concrete evidence for the presence of enriched uranium that could conceivably be identified, targeted, and then potentially captured, that may yet again be attempted. I wouldn't rule that out. There are other things you can do with special ops forces in a country as large as Iran. Iran's roughly the size of Europe, Western Europe, 93 million people, but most of those people are clustered in around cities and villages. And you still have massive mountains and massive deserts. So penetrating the place with some special ops is not impossible. Question is, what's the payoff? And I think we've seen the use of special operations forces and Americans, and I think the president falls into this category, has mistakenly concluded that's a war-winning capability. It isn't, never was, and that's part of the problem. Now, what about the Gulf itself? There are still people who've convinced themselves that seizing some islands in the vicinity of the strait could be helpful in terms of opening the strait. There are some who think that Karg Island is still the key to success. I don't see any of that. I mean, you seize an island, you seize an island, okay? How long do you last on the island? How do you provide water and food and support and protection? What's to stop the Iranians from basically pasting the island with large numbers of tactical ballistic missiles and drones and so forth? So I guess my point is, how do these things measure our success or failure? I don't think that they're useful. And again, you go back to the rest of the international community. What's the international community want? Well, they want business to be reopened and rekindled. We don't seem to be interested in that. And Americans foolishly are saying, well, we don't need their oil, so the hell with them. Well, that's not really true. In fact, we're reaching the point now where we cannot export any more oil. I think that's coming, where we're going to simply tell everybody, I'm sorry, we can't export it anymore. Right now, we're filling up tankers as quickly as we can with our excess, but it's not going to work. You're going to end up seeing prices rise in this country, inflation. Wars always breed inflation. Inflation is rising. And then you have the problem of people that don't want to buy our debt. You know, what happened to the petrodollar? I think the petrodollar is done. It's dead. And I think the Iranians know that, and they're going to reinforce that death by demanding payment in yuan and any number of other currencies. I was interested to see that Bitcoin is now being accepted. Natalie Brunell will be happy to hear that.
Yeah.
So bottom line is, I don't see much good news. And the longer this goes on, the worse it gets, the more damage we do to ourselves, even though it may not be immediately obvious to the American people. But the good news is the majority of the American people don't want this war. But as I've told other people, you know, most of us didn't want World War I. Most of us didn't want anything to do with World War II, and we were hoodwinked into both wars, you know. So we can be dragged into these things. I think that's the lesson of history. And that's bad news. And in the meantime, the principal beneficiary of this, if there is one, other than Russia, which has obviously profited from the oil, I think the other beneficiary is China. Not because of anything in particular China has done. Everybody wants to say, well, China's evil. Look, they're supporting our enemies. We've been supporting everybody's enemy for years. I mean, all I have to do is look at Ukraine. I'm surprised the Russians even give us the time of day. But China is demonstrating that it's a reliable business partner. And if you look at the two real foundations of American prosperity, one is cheap energy and the other is cheap credit. Well, our cheap energy is going away. It's already gone away in Europe. And cheap credit follows cheap energy. So if you don't have cheap energy, you're not going to have cheap credit. And our interest rates are going to rise, and people are not going to be able to borrow and do things. But China, on the other hand, is still the land of cheap credit, and for the moment, still has relatively cheap energy. And they've prepared. They have nuclear power plants. They have a lot of coal-fired plants. They have made huge strides in, what do we call them, renewable energy, green energy, and so forth. So China is going to navigate these waters and come out reasonably strong. What are we going to do? It doesn't look good.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you bring that up, because that was the next thing I wanted to get into, because I know that we've seen a lot of different reports that U.S. munitions stockpiles are running low. And these warnings were out there before this war and before the so-called 12-day war last year, right? We look back at the war in Ukraine, we look at the Biden administration and his efforts to basically throw everything we had at the conflict. And we also look at the fact that the U.S. is not able to produce these munitions at a capacity that we currently need. And then you add in the fact that the Trump administration is now so focused on the war in Iran, they're taking their eye completely off of Russia and China. So where does that leave the US when it comes to our position as a global power, being able to project power around the world? Because as it stands right now, things are not looking good for the US.
Well, first, we're at the end of the era of power projection. If we try to rely on the old instruments of the Second World War, aircraft carriers, air power, fleets to move troops and so forth, we're simply going to be defeated. As long as you have precision guided missiles and drones that can be linked instantaneously to targeting data that comes from what we call persistent surveillance. That means overhead surveillance, principally space-based, but also there are all sorts of different intermediate terrestrial forms of surveillance. There's even seabed can be laced with sensors and so forth. The era of us projecting power overseas, which has been our bread and butter in the Department of War, is over. There's no future for it. Forward presence, as we've understood it militarily, is gone. If you put something out in front, it'll be targeted and destroyed in the opening minutes of any future conflict. That's what we've seen, by the way, in the Persian Gulf with the Gulf states that have bases. They're easy to target. Everybody on them is easy to target. Aircraft are being destroyed on the tarmac. You put any ships there, they've had it. So that whole thing is now over. So we're living in a new world now. And a state like Iran, which spends perhaps, 1 or 2% of what we do on defense, has demonstrated the efficacy of this system. So that's a world-changing event. I think everybody is seeing it now. Why didn't we see it? We should have. It was evident in Ukraine. The Russians demonstrated. In fact, I think General Surovikin, who was sort of moved out of the area under questionable conditions, I think he's down in Africa, but the Russian General Surovikin will ultimately be credited with recognizing this and effectively integrating these things to make them very effective. And that's where 1.5 to 1.8 million Ukrainian lives were expended pointlessly trying to penetrate the strategic defense that he created. So I think that's the future for the time being. And that's very difficult for us to accept. And there are a lot of other things that we're not going to want to accept, that we are not the center of the universe, that we have to be one of many great powers in the world, and we have to treat everybody with respect, that there should be mutual respect between states, whether or not they govern themselves the way we would normally do that. It's going to be very tough. I think the only solution at this stage is to absolutely cleanse Washington. You've got to get rid of virtually everybody there and start over, because no one's going to believe us. No one's going to trust us. You know, what are you going to do if you go someplace and they say, well, we don't trust you. We saw you in the last act. And somebody said to me the other day, well, was Biden any better? No, certainly not. Tony Blinken ran around all over the Middle East and everybody said, well, Blinken's repeating Netanyahu's talking points. So I think Netanyahu and his agents have been in charge for a long time. They need to be expelled. They need to be ejected from the government. We have to have an American government that no one questions, that everybody understands when an American speaks, they can bank on it. Right now, they can't bank on anything. They don't trust anybody. And I don't blame them, but we've got to fix that.
Yeah, and especially when you look back at Donald Trump's campaign, this promise of America first, ending the endless wars, and then you're reminded of exactly where we are today and what we're now dealing with. And I know that there is certainly a lot at stake here all around, and I really appreciate you taking the time to join me today to break down all of the latest here. Retired U.S. Army Colonel Douglas McGregor, a defense and foreign policy analyst and former Pentagon advisor, thank you so much for your time and insight.
Thank you. Nice to see you again, Rachel.
If anything in this video resonated with you, be sure to like it, share it with your friends, leave a comment, and as always, don't forget
the attacks against Iran begin to take place, with reports now and confirmations coming from Iran that the Iranian air defenses are engaging in targeting hostile bodies in the sky of Tehran. This was reported across multiple media outlets, including in Iran. Air defenses triggered in Tehran to counter hostile targets, according to Mehr news agency. They did not provide further detail, but we did see evidence of that happening. This was one of the recent videos that came from Iran about the air defenses engaging in clearly action against hostile targets inside of the country. So far, what's coming from inside of Iran doesn't really indicate who is actually engaging in these attacks against Iran, but could this be a move coming from either Israel or the United States of America against Iran as an act of deception? We saw people protesting, and during the protests as well, the activity was very visible over the skies of Iran. With these air defenses, the people are clearly undeterred. As a matter of fact, previously, people were still protesting in Iran when attacks were happening. The United States and Israel were targeting protesters inside the country during the war. So who is actually hitting Iran now? Israel so far is not really saying much. The United States isn't saying anything. The only thing we had from Israel is a denial. The IDF denied having any attacks in Iran. A security official says Israel is not striking Iran. As a matter of fact, another IDF source, according to Israeli media, said that Israel is not attacking Iran, again, without further elaboration about anything to do with these attacks coming against Iran. However, what's important here is a couple of things. Firstly, it's coming moments after the Israeli Minister of Defense had a statement during which he confirmed that Israel is waiting for a green light from the United States to target Iran. The Israelis were saying that America is having these calculations whether to attack Iran or not. Israel was prepared heavily to conduct attacks against Iran, and that these attacks from Israel against Iran will be more devastating this time. That was mentioned by the Israeli Minister of Defense, Israel Katz. Very severe warnings coming from the country. Israel, a couple of days ago, mentioned that the United States actually had a limit to the ceasefire, which was Sunday, something that hasn't been confirmed by the American president, Donald Trump. However, what's very significant is the level of deployment that I spoke to you about in the previous video, almost double the amount of deployment that came before the recent war broke out between Israel and Iran, which again indicates that the United States is preparing for something massive against Iran this time, not just a small attack happening against the country. What else is happening? Well, the fact that George H.W. Bush is now in the region, according to some reports. We previously heard that they passed Gibraltar. We heard that more aircraft carriers are coming. According to recent reports, the Bush arrived to the region in the Indian Ocean, preparing to participate in attacks against Iran, which would be understandable because the United States had many deployments in the recent weeks. The biggest deployment happened in the past couple of days, actually. Again, over 800 strategic moves compared to just over 500 before the war took effect against Iran. Chances are this move coming from either the United States or Israel, because they are the most likely to conduct such actions against Iran, whilst denying, at the end of the day, they wouldn't want to necessarily give Iran free information, is to test Iran. They want to check how capable, how ready they are in terms of air defenses, test to the waters before a larger attack comes, potentially activate the air defenses before the actual attack comes in place, because Iran, during the final days of True Promise 4 against the United States and Israel, it had huge successes against the American and Israeli fighter jets. They targeted an F-35. They targeted other fighter jets too, which meant that Iran was on the path of progress and development with more success in that regard. So that is the most likely scenario here, that it's inevitably either the US or Israel having an attack against Iran, potentially to test the waters before an attack happens, a large attack against Iran. The question remains, what will Iran do? The people of Iran are protesting in the streets. They haven't stopped protesting. As a matter of fact, even since the ceasefire took effect, you know, some statements from Donald Trump about disunity and what have you, all of the people in Iran are united in their resistance against the Trump regime and the apartheid state and their aggression against Iran. Many people were opposed to the ceasefire. The people already, they want their country to defend itself against this aggression, and they want to lift all of these threats, remove all of these threats against Iran that have been ongoing for decades now, despite the fact that Iran was open to building bridges with these countries that had aggressions against Iran, which continue to this day. So from Iran's popular perspective, the people are ready. From the armed forces perspective, they are ready. However, there is clearly still not a political decision to have an attack against the United States or Israel. The path of the United States perhaps giving concessions in the negotiations is still open from Iran's side. They're not giving any concessions that they view as limits. That's their sovereignty. These are their international rights. No one has the right to interfere with them. And we're seeing that now, which again indicates that a much bigger attack is coming against Iran, and potentially very soon. If I'd have to kind of put my assessment on that, on the weekend after the stock market closes on Friday, that's how Trump usually operates. He began the aggression against Iran over the weekend, and usually the trend with Trump is positive statements on Monday and all hell breaks loose on Friday. So the days are coming, and we're going to see if it actually happens, it gets implemented, or if there are any further developments in that regard with these recent attacks inside of Iran. Right now, misinformation spreads faster than facts, especially
in person was in Moscow. I was working there.
Years ago.
It feels like ages ago now. But I was
Yes.
working there for a department focusing on the Greater Eurasia initiative. That is for Russia to integrate its economy, through industries, physical corridors, financial instruments from China to India, Iran. And you as a journalist have been working on this as well. That's been a while. But this whole initiative is seen as an effort to essentially reorganize the international economic architecture. And of course, Russia and China tends to form the core, but India, Iran, many others have an interest in this multipolar economic architecture. I thought a good place to start today would be to ask you, how do you see Iran's role in this whole thing, in this construct?
Well, stepping a little bit away, but not so much from the war, Glenn. This is one of my latest columns this week. I sent you a copy, which is an update on what I called years ago the war of connectivity corridors. So basically, we have all those connectivity corridors part of the New Silk Roads, the Belt and Road Initiative. There are at least 6 of them, maybe 7, in fact, including the Maritime Silk Road, east to west. Then there's the north to south, the north-south international transportation corridor. 3 BRICS, Russia, Iran, and India, which is something that I had the privilege, in fact, to follow last year in Iran when we were in Iran at the same time. And I remember they were very busy talking to them all the time. And on my side, I was working on this documentary, which is the first one in the world in English about the corridor. And we were very privileged because we had full access. We had all the permits. So we could go from the Caspian Sea to Bandar Abbas, Persian Gulf, and then Chabahar, Sea of Oman, and see everything, and especially what's lacking. And the problems, of course, and the challenges and the problems. And I talked to some absolutely first-rate traders and geopolitical analysts in Iran about it. So that is one of the key new corridors of the future. North to south, across Eurasia, bypassing Suez, bypassing sanctions, bypassing SWIFT. And then there are two more corridors. There are, I would not even say in progress, but for the moment, they are more like pipe dreams. One of them is IMEC, and the denomination it's a misnomer because it's not only India Middle East corridor. Most of all, it is Israel, Saudi Arabia, the Emirates, Europe, and India corridor. And the idea is to place the port of Haifa as a key trading port, connecting with the Arab world, connecting to Europe, and connecting to India. As it stands, we can say that this is dead. And in fact, even Saudi Arabia is practically saying by not saying that this is dead. And then there are the Turks. And as you know very well, Glenn, they are always hedging. So they are even resuscitating a long gone idea from the late 2000s, early 2010s, a pipeline from Qatar across the Arab world to Turkey, and then they can sell Qatar gas to Europe. For the moment, also is just a pipe dream. So in this column, I try to analyze the pros and cons of these four corridors. But the logic is the same. The 21st century is going to be a war of connectivity corridors at the core of Eurasia development and Eurasia integration.
Well, yeah, some would suggest that much of the past, at least 200 years, have been organized around wars over connectivity. I mean, in the early 19th century, we know when the Russians were expanding out from the center towards the periphery, this put them in a clash with British India. So this is the Mackinder theory. That is that you have land powers connecting versus the sea power. And then, of course, in the 20th century, we had this continuing. And it's fascinating because if you look through the strategic documents, it always, for the US, Britain, they always formulated, their claim to world power is controlling the seas. That's how they connect the world. And then the land powers, Russia, worst case in the, connected with Germany, or even worse, connected with China, would then begin to rival the maritime powers. This has always been a key focus of geopolitics. And it does appear we're still into this. I mean, if you look in with the BTC pipeline, for example, I remember in the 2000s, that was a very big thing, the Baku-Tbilisi-Ceyhan. And then this was a way of skirting for the Europeans to go under Russia and above Iran.
Exactly.
Even getting Ukraine connected into the NATO orbit. This is a way of getting the energy transit country to ally with the energy consumers against energy producer Russia. So we already seem to be very deep in this connectivity war. But what do you see being the wider consequence of what's playing out now in this war with Iran?
Well, I would say that the number one thing would be what's going to happen with the international north-south transportation corridor. Russia is deeply involved. They are helping to finance railways inside Iran. They could even finance a railway skirting the Caspian Sea, to the left of the Caspian Sea, because the Russian think is going to be much, much faster than trying to upgrade the Iranian port structure in the Caspian. And they're right, Glenn. I went to the port of Bandar Anzali in the Caspian, and it's stuck in the 70s. There's a lot of work to do. So they start getting, for instance, big cargo ships from Astrakhan. I saw some Astrakhan ships in the port, but small ones, not big cargoes. So this is essential. And what's India going to do? We're all asking the same question. What about the relationship between Iran and India when 2 days before the decapitation strike in February 28th, Modi was being received in Israel, and they came up with that motherland and fatherland shtick? And it's a huge problem because India is a huge investor in Chabahar. When I was in Chabahar, it was fascinating. I was talking to the port authorities. They said, you see those cranes over there? They were bought and paid for by India. They are investing. It's a bit of a low at the moment. This was last year. But they promised that in a few months, they're going to, help us develop other parts of the port. The port is expanding very, very fast. It's very impressive. It reminds me like when Shenzhen 30-something years ago, to give an idea, So what's going to happen? The Chinese, of course, they look at Chabahar, they say, look, we can go there, and in 10 minutes, you have everything you need. And they told me, look, the Chinese, we always have Chinese cargoes coming here. In fact, I saw two while I was there. Most of them go to Bandar Abbas, but some of them go to Chabahar. If they are, for instance, stuff that is going to be sold in eastern Iran, or it could be sold in Iran or in Afghanistan. There's a very good road that recently finished from Chabahar to the Afghan-Iranian border. So the Chinese, there's a strong possibility the Chinese will end up taking over Chabahar. Is going to be one more extra connection in their string of pearls of ports, and not far from Gwadar, which is crazy. The distance from Chabahar to Gwadar is 80 kilometers across the border. There's practically sister ports. So China could use both easily. They're already using Gwadar, of course. So this is the big if is what's going to happen to the north-south corridor. And we didn't even talk about the Russian connectivity corridor, which is a thalassocratic corridor, which is the Northern Sea route that the Chinese call the Arctic Silk Road. This is a corridor that the Northeast Asia, specifically, they are immensely interested, especially South Korea. It's something that we see in those discussions in Russia during the Vladivostok Forum and St. Petersburg. We're going to have the same discussion in St. Petersburg, about 2 months from now. In fact, less than 2 months from now. And of course, the Southeast Asians are also interested in using it because Southeast Asia can connect to Vladivostok. Then you take the Northern Sea route, and you arrive in Murmansk, and you are almost in Europe. So these are it was not part of this column, of course, but these are the two key new connectivity corridors: the North-South and the Northern Sea route. And of course, the Chinese, they keep adding to what they have. For instance, something that is in the column as well. They finally finished the China-Iran railway only a few months ago. And guess what the Americans did? They bombed a stretch of this railway inside Iran 2 or 3 weeks ago. Very important because this is from Xinjiang. Of course, everything starts in Xinjiang. But then it goes everywhere. It goes through the Trans-Siberian, it goes through Kazakhstan, middle corridor. And this one is particularly interesting because it's Xinjiang, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Turkmenistan, and then it crosses the border in Turkmenistan, enters Iran, and from Iran it can go to Turkey, and from Turkey it can go to Europe. And for the Chinese, this is a key corridor. This railway, the Iranian stretch, it's part of what they call the East-West corridor. And it's one of the most important corridors of the new Silk Roads of BRIC. There you go. It's all there. And everybody is interconnected. And the Central Asians are connected with all these corridors as well. So it's important for them as well, because they also receive Chinese merchandise that stays in their countries, and the rest keeps going.
Well, given that, you mentioned the attacks on the Chinese connectivity.
China-Iran railway, yes. Yes.
This is quite important, and I also think the connection with Pakistan is important. I mean, if you follow this with rail and road, and then cutting down to the ports of Gwadar, which Pakistani port, which is operated by the Chinese, is quite an impressive infrastructure. We see essentially this new Silk Road recreating the world as it was before, European maritime powers took over the world 500 years ago. But as you mentioned, I also noticed that the U.S. and Israeli bombing of Iran, not only did it target the Chinese infrastructure, but it also targeted part of the railroads, which would connect the international north-south transportation corridor, the Russia, Iran, India. So there seems to be a war on multipolarity here. That is, obviously, this seems to be a key target. Do you think China stands out uniquely in terms of a country the U.S. would like to weaken as a result of attacking Iran?
Glenn, in fact, this is a war against multipolarity. There's no question. The number one target, of course, is China. But this is a war against Iran, against China, against the interconnection, against Eurasia integration and interconnection, against Russia on another level, because this is the other war up there, which seems to be a never-ending as well, and a war against BRICS, no question about that. But this has been announced since the start of Trump 2.0. When he started first blabbering about BRICS, which he still has no idea what BRICS is about. It doesn't matter, because the only thing that registered in his 4-year-old psyche, they want to bypass the US dollar. That's the only thing that registers. So war against everybody. It's the empire of chaos, lies, plunder, piracy, and we bomb everybody that we don't like. This is the American foreign policy now, right? So obviously the Chinese know it's extremely complicated, because it's still not clear, especially for us foreigners. Even if we have access to China, we talk to people in China. I'm going back to China next month again. I was postponing it because of the war. But one of my first questions to anybody is, okay, what is more important for you, BRICS or BRI, or the New Silk Roads? And how do they interconnect? And the second question is, are you fully aware that this is a war especially against you? If you follow, I would say, relatively independent media, like our friends in Guancha in Shanghai, when you read some of their best contributors, scholarly contributors, they don't get into detail, but this is more or less, they understand that this is a war against China, of course, and this is a war to try to prevent sources of energy reaching China, which is something that they are seeing in front of them nowadays with the American blockade. And there's already the blah, blah, blah about the Strait of Malacca, which is inevitable. But they have been prepared for a potential blockade of the Strait of Malacca for at least 20 years. And that's why they diversified their sources of energy. So you have multiple sources of energy. You have oil from Kazakhstan. You have a gas pipeline from Turkmenistan. You have gas pipeline from Myanmar. You have Power of Siberia, which is full capacity now, and soon Power of Siberia 2. And of course, all the effort that they made to diversify internally. And when you travel in Xinjiang, it's mind-boggling, because you see miles on end, everything is electrified. You see forests of solar panels, wind turbines, those solar farms where you have that pole, irradiating energy hundreds of kilometers around. And something that I learned from our Uyghur contacts, Xinjiang has so much energy that they sell energy to the rest of China. So that explains why China nowadays is I would say 84 to 86%, they don't need to import oil and gas. So their import of oil and gas is about 13, 14%. It's not much compared to their national needs. But they know that Malacca continues to be a very, very tricky situation. And now it gets even more tricky, I would say. This deal that the Minister of Defense of Indonesia made with the Secretary of War in Washington, signed in Washington, while Prabowo, the president, was going to Russia and spent 5 hours talking to Russia. This is Indonesia hedging all the time, but they cannot hedge. There's a limit to their hedging, because the other BRICS, especially China, are going to say, what the hell are you doing? Are you considering giving overflight rights to the Americans in our Indonesian territory? And at the same time, they're saying, look, maybe we should monetize Malacca. So now there's the idea in Jakarta. Okay, they looked at what happened in Hormuz. Malacca is very, very strict. Territorial waters, once again, divided between Sumatra in Indonesia and Malaysia. So both of them can charge a right of passage. Why not? So I'm sure this is going to happen sooner rather than later. So everything, of course, is changing, but this is going to be particularly important. And of course, who doesn't like that? Singapore. But Singapore is not in the Strait of Malacca. The Strait of Malacca is to the north. Singapore is on the tip south of the Malaysian Peninsula. It has nothing to do with Malacca. Malacca is a Malaysia-Indonesia affair. So all these things are they are advancing in parallel. So it's dizzyingly complex, but it's a completely different system, and we still don't know where it's going. But the Malacca angle for China is crucial. And I'm sure they will exert a lot of pressure on Jakarta about this defense agreement with the Americans.
So when the U.S. develops naval strategies for putting this, limit the reliable access for the Russians to seas on the western borders of Russia, they have 3 seas which can be cut off. Yes. There's the Black Sea, Baltic Sea, and the Arctic. You see that the U.S. is going after all 3. That was part of the purpose of toppling the government in Ukraine, shutting down the Black Sea fleet of the Russians. Essentially, I would make the Black Sea a NATO lake. You have NATO now speaking openly about making the Baltic Sea a NATO lake by challenging Russia and Kaliningrad, of course, getting Sweden and Finland into NATO. I think the former NATO Secretary General Rasmussen even said we couldn't put a blockade now on St. Petersburg if we would want to. I mean, it's kind of aggressive language, while an American general said we can invade Kaliningrad and there's nothing Russia can do. And as well, you see the militarization of Scandinavia and the U.S. ambitions on cutting off the Russians in the Arctic. So overall, I think this is also a goal of taking Greenland. So they're going after the Russians, but when you want to go after the Chinese, you have the dual island chain, which is important. But in all American documents, which since the 19th, for a long time, but also the Chinese documents, there's always special place for the Strait of Malacca, where they see this is where the Americans would come to try to cut out or shut down the Chinese connection with the world. So, as you said, closing off between Indonesia and Malaysia. I think at the narrow strait area, it's just like 2.8 kilometers, something. It's very narrow. This is easy to shut down. But how do you see us moving towards that, though? The war in over Malacca. Do you think this is a possible actual war, or do you think? Do you see a link between Iran to Malacca, essentially?
There is already, Glenn. Did you see that they boarded an Iranian ship not very far from the Strait of Malacca? So, this is probably a message. This is an Indo-PACOM operation. And I was joking with some people saying that basically this American task force or invincible armada, cowards now, because they're not in the Gulf of Oman. They are in the Arabian Sea or in the southern Indian Ocean. They are very, very far from the Persian Gulf or the Sea of Oman. I was joking that this is already an Indo-PACOM operation, much more than CENTCOM. And then when you see that they apprehended a ship already in the Indo-PACOM area, that's the beginning. This is just the beginning. So the Chinese, I'm sure they are horrified about that. I couldn't read any deeper analysis so far. Maybe they are in Chinese military channels, only in Chinese on Weibo or on WeChat, whatever. It's possible. So this is something I'm trying to do in the next few days. But obviously they are horrified, because this is exactly what they have been thinking since the early 2000s, when they started their very, very well coordinated diversification. But they still, all the oil that they import from the Persian Gulf has to go through Malacca. They cannot get rid of that, you know. For instance, they were thinking about Gwadar, because Gwadar they could build, which is something that they could, but it's going to cost a lot of money, take a long, long time. A pipeline from Gwadar to Xinjiang across Balochistan and then parallel to the Karakoram Highway would be a mega engineering feat. Yes, they could do it, but it's very costly and would take a lot of time. But it's there. The idea is still there. Then they would completely bypass Malacca. That's one possibility. But of course, it all depends of because we are in the, I would say it's 3 weeks ahead. The meeting between Xi and Trump in Beijing is going to be on the 14th. So obviously, Trump is positioning himself to arrive in Beijing with strong cards in his hand, including extortion cards, intimidation cards, typical Trump administration. The Chinese, of course, as we know, they are cool, calm, collected. They play Go. This means that they surround the adversary and they see long term. They don't play this stupid poker that the Americans do. But of course they are worried. And of course they're worried even though they have these gigantic reserve, 1.3 billion barrels of oil in reserve. This is something we cannot even imagine. But they have it. They accumulated this. They were ready for something similar to what's happening now. Not Malacca, but Hormuz as Malacca, in fact, because as it stands, not much oil is flowing through Hormuz because, of course, of the second blockade. The first non-blockade, the Iranian blockade, it was free for all in terms of Chinese cargo. Now with the second one, it's more complicated. But we still have not arrived at a real cliffhanger. Will this invincible armada have the balls to actually board a Chinese tanker in international waters? I don't think they will take that risk. And the Chinese are betting on it as well. But of course, the quantities they are receiving are not enough compared to the past. It was 1.3 million, 1.4 million a day from Iran, plus the others then. Plus the oil from Saudi and UAE.
As you said, the Chinese, they know what's going on. They see what's happening. And there's this incrementalism in which we're moving towards it. First, we see this, partial blockade on Venezuela. And again, the Chinese see they're part of the target. The Americans weren't subtle about this either. They've made it very clear. It's not that they have to open up to the US, it's that they have to shut down the trade with the Iranians. And then, of course, now we have the blockade on Cuba. We have the hijacking of Iranian ships. We have the piracy and hijacking of the Russian ships. And so you see this, again, connectivity wars, if you will. And given that the Chinese see themselves as being, well, they're the pay rival of the United States, they are the ultimate target. What do you think how do you think the Chinese are going to react to this? Because they do have a calm demeanor,
Exactly. I'm very curious now to go to China, because I decided to go because I think maybe there is an interval before Trump arrives. It will be the best time to go, and then start asking questions there. And while Trump is there, it's the perfect moment to talk to. Of course, as you know, talking on the record with Chinese officials in China is immensely complicated for us, foreign journalists and analysts. But of course, we have our connections. In my case, scholarly connections, former PLA officials now retired. And even if we talk off the record, many of them, they talk, but they say, look, it has to be off the record. No problem. We always get nuggets of information that you won't find in Xinhua, in Global Times, in China Daily, etc. But for the moment, they are not even... it's typical Chinese. They are reflecting upon it. So it's too early to talk about it. But obviously, this strikes a nerve. Malacca for them is a taboo subject. And now it's getting very, very close to home. With this first seizing, relatively peaceful. There was no gunfire involved, apparently. But it was obviously an Indo-Pak message to the PLA Navy, especially. And that's why this is so dangerous. No? Let me ask you something, if you allow me, Glenn, considering your fabulous experience in Russia. How do you see the Northern Sea route being implemented for good within the next few years? They say, when you go to those round tables in Vladivostok, for instance, they say, okay, there are lots of challenges, but it can be operational by 2028, 2029. Do you think that's realistic?
Well, I've been to those Eastern Economic Forums in Vladivostok as well, and on those panels, and well, the timeline, I'm not sure if they're able to get it up and running by then. But again, it's on one hand, it's a very competitive advantage because the Arctic corridor of Russia, I mean, this is connecting Europe with Asia through the Arctic. It saves a lot of time and money, so it's a very competitive international maritime route, and it would be pretty much the only one in the world which is not dominated by the United States Navy. So it has a lot of benefits, and even if the US would try to force its way, if you will, you need the search and rescue ports, all these things across the Russian Arctic coastline. So there's no way to really circumvent the Russians there. So the Russians have great leverage there, and also because of the relationship with China, I get everyone gets the impression sometimes that the Russians can get a bit antsy because they will be more dependent on China than China is on Russia. The Russians overcome this by having a certain degree of strategic autonomy and also diversifying their partnerships, as we've seen in the Arctic. They make sure not just to invite Chinese, they also invite the Indians,
South Korean, the Indians, yeah,
exactly. But also because the ports and all are sovereign Russian territory, it creates more balance in the relationship with the Chinese. So kind of has all the perfect recipe for being a good project. But this being said, it has limits as well. I mean, the Arctic it can't become the main corridor. It's simply one of many, which allows countries to diversify. And again, so I think often people see it as it gives the potential of a Russian stranglehold, but I think this is exaggerated because it won't reach that degree of traffic. I think if anything, having more corridors, it prevents other countries from using corridors as a weapon, because then people lose trust in it. And so the Russians have an interest in keeping it open, to have trust in it, but it can never be so powerful in terms of the amount of traffic that it would pose any threat or give the Russians too much power. So overall, it seems like quite a reasonable project. But nonetheless, the U.S. its hegemonic strategies builds on, and has always done so, on maritime supremacy. And that means two things: all the oceans have to be under U.S. control, and also you have to reduce the physical connectivity on the land. So you want to make sure that Germany is cut off from Russia. Bombing Nord Stream, all of this is achieved. You want to make sure that the Chinese are cut off from the Russians. The Russians are cut off from the Indians. Turkey is cut off from Russia. So it's essentially the divide and rule. I think this is how the maritime powers. Yeah. And if you go to the Russian, conservative scholar Savitsky and others in the 1920s, they made it clear this is why they consider the maritime powers to be naturally imperialistic, because they can only dominate if they divide. And they had a vision that the Eurasian land powers, they can only become competitive if they cooperate, because yes, China's more powerful, but China's objectives can't be achieved without cooperation with India, Russia, Iran. So there's a natural incentive to cooperate. So this is why they kind of frame the land powers as being more cooperative, while the maritime powers are inherently more imperialistic. I think I drifted a bit away from your question, but I do think it has a lot of potential. The Russians have all the icebreakers. They have they're building the infrastructure, new technologies, especially drones, make a lot of the infrastructure required for search and rescue much cheaper and reasonable, especially in areas which have not that populated there, which aren't that heavily populated. So I tend to be optimistic about the Arctic route, though. But the problem is, in the past, it was just a frozen desert. There's not that much competitive strategic interest. But now with the maritime corridor, all of these natural resources becoming available, it's lined up for being, taking the center of a zero-sum geopolitical standoff. Again, that's why the American wants Greenland. So
exactly. And wow, and Putin is personally implicated. No? It's what he tells us in Vladivostok every year. This is a federal project. And they are investing a lot of money in Arkhangelsk, in Murmansk, in the ports. And they take this as a matter of national security. So it's extremely serious. And at the same time, it interests the Chinese because one of their corridors, for instance, they cannot use for the moment, the Trans-Siberian. They cannot use the Trans-Siberian anymore because of sanctions. So that's why they are investing so much in these middle corridors, the east-west corridor, etc. Going south, going through the north, it's impossible. But going to the deep north in the Arctic is perfect and relatively fast.
And that's why it's funny that Vladivostok on the Pacific coast of Russia is connected also now with India. So India will also partake in the in the Arctic project. People don't consider India to be an Arctic country, but this is kind of the weird stuff, because once Sweden, Finland became part of NATO, you essentially have all the Arctic states. You have all the Arctic states are NATO members except for Russia, which is half of the Arctic. And in the past, the Russians, because they wanted to integrate with the Europeans and to have a common European home, as Gorbachev framed it, they essentially earmarked all Arctic cooperation with the Western countries. But now that it's become obvious that there will be no common European home, we'll only have bloc politics, the Russians are looking towards the east. So now the Arctic is becoming this roof of Eurasia, in which they're inviting Eurasian powers instead of the West. So I think in the future, we're going to kick ourselves for what we have done, that is the Europeans, because all this Arctic gas, which was supposed to fuel our industries, cheap gas for the next 30 years, this has now been signed over to the Chinese instead, because we are obsessed with defeating the Russians instead of finding a political settlement. So it's just, I think historians will look back at this period here as one of the most ridiculous and full of self-inflicted
questions. Yes. And you saw the latest 90 billion They actually think in Brussels that this is going to be paid by Russian reparations.
Yeah, so but that's why they call it a loan. 90 billion to Ukraine. How is it a loan? They can't pay it back. And then they explain, oh, well, after we defeat Russia, they will pay in reparations. So essentially, the Europeans can't afford peace anymore because peace has, they have to defeat Russia. Otherwise, they don't get their money back either.
Otherwise, they're not going to get their money back.
I always ask, though, what exactly is this plan? If you see Russia considers this to be an existential threat, how do you defeat the world's largest nuclear power, which considers it to be in a fight for its survival? Exactly to what extent do you want to be successful? I mean, this is a horrible war on so many levels, the humanitarian, strategic. I mean, anyways, I wanted to just get back to the Iranian Chinese aspect of this, though, because from what I hear now, the Iranians have begun to outline the rules of this new toll system. That is, everyone has to pay toll. If I'm not mistaken, those who participate in the attack on Iran or sanctions Iran, they get a little bit of extra bonus on top in terms of what they have to pay. Also, they don't want dollars. So
only rials, yes. Probably rials, but obviously they will accept yuan, but they won't advertise it. No? The backup currency will be yuan.
So is it? How do you see this impacting then? I mean, this is why countries want control over international corridors, maritime corridors. So then you can, extract political concession and economic ones. And this would effectively strip the U.S. of much power, though. Is this why the Americans can't leave, or even though they more or less lost the war against Iran, is this why Trump can't go home?
Of course not, because if he gets this off ramp, wherever that is, this is admitting your strategic defeat. The strategic defeat is already there for the whole planet to see. The thing is, the degree of this strategic defeat is going to be extremely humiliating, or there's going to be some face saving inbuilt. We still don't know. But he has to take an off ramp, and he's begging for an off ramp. That's a completely different story. The Iranians can sit on the current situation for months, even though they are paying a horrible price. They already pay a horrible price in terms of the infrastructure that is destructed. There are numbers floating around reaching as much as $270 billion to rebuild what was destroyed during the war. So obviously they badly need a toll booth in Hormuz. This is going to help. They cannot expect the Americans paying reparations because this will never happen. Or they will have to force the Gulfies, especially Emirates, which are for all practical purpose at war with Iran now, not Saudi Arabia, but the Emirates, to pay reparations. So what are they going to do? Attack the Emirates again? Yes, they can. They can immobilize the Emirates in a matter of hours. Very, very easy. And in fact, if the Americans attack again, the number one target apart from Israel is going to be the UAE. And not the Emirates, Abu Dhabi specifically. Dubai, the business model of Dubai is already dead, and it's not coming back. Dubai.
How so? The business model is?
Exactly, because I would say the conceptual brain of aligning with the US and Israel in a war against Iran is MBZ, Mohammed bin Zayed. He's a very, very dangerous gangster, in fact. Did you see that he sent his son to Beijing, was received by Xi Jinping, and he was lecturing Xi Jinping in Beijing about the Iran-Russia relationship? It's absolutely mind-boggling. These people are they are gangsters and self-entitled. That's even worse. And they made their bet a long time ago. Those famous 1.4 trillion, I think is a little bit too much, but it's probably much less than that they committed to invest in the American economy, and the Americans can build all the data centers that they want in the Emirates. And of course, the direct connection with Israel, which is part of the IMEC as well. assuming the IMEC one day would happen, probably not. The link between Haifa and the UAE is essential for the corridor, and they still have to build it. They have to build these railways don't exist. If you sum it all up, I think it's over 1,000 kilometers of rails that still have to be built, linking Israel with the UAE. So they made their bet even before the war, and obviously they provided their own territory for U.S. attacks against Iran. The Iranians won't forget that ever. There will be payback. It has already started, but it can get much, much more hardcore later on. And if the Americans try something funny in the next few days, once again, rumor mill, but we have to deal with the rumor mill as well. There could be something happening within the weekend. Well, the Iranians already said what's going to happen. It's very, very simple. We attack Fujairah, we attack Yanbu, and we close the Bab al-Mandeb. That's it. Can you recover from that? No, nobody can. No.
Yeah, when Yemen closes down the Red Sea, I think this is then it's game over.
That's game over. That's game over, and everybody knows that, Glenn. Everybody doing models or whatever. Everybody knows that, and that's why nothing happened with the Bab al-Mandeb so far, because this is the ultimate joker. Then it's total collapse. The global economy is already collapsing even more because of this absolutely ridiculous blockade, which is not blockading anything. Ships continue to go through, and it's fascinating because if you navigate in the Iranian territorial waters, Pakistani territorial waters, and Indian territorial waters, very close to the coastline, that's it. You go from Karg to Mumbai. Very simple, And I'm sure a lot of cargoes now are doing that. Tankers are doing that now. Why do you need to navigate in the middle of the Arabian Sea? You know the Americans are there. Or at least they tell us that we still don't know where exactly they are placed. There's no visual identification of where these destroyers are placed. Somewhere between the Arabian Sea and the southern Indian Ocean. That's very, very far away from the coastline of Iran and Pakistan.
Given that they're so far away, the region gets so stretched out as well, which means you need a lot of ships. So just from the amount of manpower, the ships being used, I mean, they're really exhausting the resources, making matters worse. At some point, where do you dock? Where do you do the maintenance? A lot of these are going to make them very vulnerable. So it's a dangerous strategy they're playing. If we go back into full-out war, the U.S. could be in very bad shape. So
yes,
no, it's
if we go back to war, these ships are going to be attacked by missiles and drones, swarms of missiles and drones. There's no question. The Iranians are just waiting. This will be part of the war 2.0. One of the first things. Okay, let's attack the U.S. Navy, whatever they are.
As the Chinese would say, interesting times. So thank you very much for taking the time. Any final?
Go, Faith. Follow me.